Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Coffee Retail Summit. All around us in Europe today, coffee retailers are being allowed to open their doors again and are making plans to welcome customers back in their shops. It has been a challenging year for all of us, especially impactful at the retail level. With this in mind, we, Special Coffee Association, are proud to bring this summit to you. Just this week, I was able to visit multiple coffee shops in Athens for the first time in a year. Connecting with people over coffee is truly the magic and importance of coffee retail, and we want to celebrate that with the Coffee Retail Summit. After the success of our first Coffee Retail Summit in April of this year on the US time zone, we are excited to continue our retailer-focused line of programming made freely available with the support of our key partners. Thank you to our title sponsor, BWT Water & More, for helping to make today's Coffee Retail Summit possible. Thank you also to our lead sponsors, Barazza and Sanremo. And thank you to our supporting sponsors, Franke and Marco. Coffee Retail Summit is more than just an interactive talks and panel discussions you're here to see over the next 2 days on this event. The site, retail.sca.coffee, is a resource library curated with coffee retail business in mind. So in this resource library, we've brought together a tremendous amount of content from across SCA offerings, past and present. All of the resources in the Coffee Retail Summit resource library are available via the topic highlights or search and filter function under the heading Explore Library. We've grouped them according to the 3 main topics: navigating COVID-19, the business of coffee, and building your brand, as well as additional topics like consumer experience and market research. Over the next 2 days of the summit, we will touch on many of these topics. We will be joined by seasoned leaders to talk about their approaches to establishing and growing their business, from building a team to building a brand or building a robust program. We will also hear from smaller companies with big brands, showing that you don't need to have many stores to make a big impact with customers and consumers. This just scratches the surface of what we have in store for you. We are genuinely excited to host the speakers and conversation live and invite you to participate as well. Next to the live stream, you will see a chat box. Please join in the discussion here, share your thoughts, or ask questions for the speakers. Your questions from the chat will be answered live at the end of each session. Across all the elements of this summit, we've brought together different perspectives and facets of the coffee retail businesses. Whether you're just getting started on your coffee retail journey or you have multiple locations and years of business under your belt, you will find new and relevant resources on the resource library from our presenters over those next 2 days. We are also excited to share this with you, and I hope that you will join us in the chat asking questions of our speakers and continuing the important conversations about how we can all create a thriving retail coffee community. Thank you again to our sponsor partners, and thank you all for being here.
Good morning. You're all very welcome to Retail Summit. My name is Stephen Morrissey. I'm the Deputy Chief Commercial and Community Experience Officer for a Specialty Coffee Association. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Roland Horn, who is the founder and CEO of Watch House Coffee. Watch House was founded in 2014, and Roland has extensive experience in the small to medium sized businesses. He holds directorships with property development funds, Verum Domus and Coutts and Partners, and has an MSc in economic history from the London School of Economics. Roland is currently pursuing his executive MBA at the University of Oxford, and I sort of came upon Watch House not long after I moved back to London a couple of years ago, and sort of first encountered it on just social media, and then started running into some of the shops and hearing some friends talk about it, and particularly interested in what they were doing and the approach they had, and then became aware of sort of their growth plans. And so delighted to be joined by Roland. So Roland, are you here to join me?
I'm here. Just wait. Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad at all, thank you very much. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for the introduction there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, maybe I didn't capture great. Could you speak a little bit, maybe to start us off for those who aren't aware of Watch House? Could you give us a quick kind of snapshot of the company and your role there?
Sure. So as I say, we started Watch House in 2014, and I use the word we, although I'm the founder of the business. I started it myself in September 2014. I effectively am a co-founder, in that my operations director, Steph Gregg, joined us within sort of a couple of months of starting the business. So you'll often hear me refer to the word we, and certainly now the business is very much about the team and what we're doing. So we started in 2014. I think in some ways I came into the industry as being, in some ways, a slightly frustrated retail consumer, and it wasn't just coffee. My frustration, it was just generally about store experience and how I felt it could be done in a much more authentic way. And I think after doing a fair amount of traveling, Australia in particular, and South Korea, Japan, I came to realize that, fundamentally the authenticity, I think, of the retail experience in the UK certainly needed some improvement. And it seemed fairly obvious to me that as an operator, really you want to be creating experiences and spaces and product that ultimately you want to enjoy and experience yourself as a consumer. And I think there seemed to be a disconnect there between operators generally, I would say, in the sort of larger space. I'm talking here sort of stores and cafes and F&B's operators of sort of 3+ spaces. There seems to be this disconnect between ultimately what you want as a consumer and what was being offered. And I think you saw, and you still continue to see, sort of local heroes, 1 and 2 shop operators that really resonate within the community. And what is that special sauce ultimately, and why do I want to go to those operators over and going to other large? And that seemed a bit wrong. And I think at that point we sort of established Watch House to challenge that perception, and in some ways kind of naively. I remember, I'm happy to say this, and I kind of very vividly remember kind of being quite critical of Pret-a-Manger and kind of going, like, well, they're just cookie cutter, and what are they doing? And of course, I've gone, I've sort of grown up myself a little bit there and come to realise what that business is, and how ultimately fantastic they've been in terms of doing what they do in their space. But we kind of came to the perception that we want to challenge this notion of sort of cookie cuttering. Everything's about the bottom line. And we wanted to come and do something a bit more interesting fundamentally. So that was the premise of Watch House being founded, and that stretched across products. The overall product being coffee led, but obviously the food as well being a very important part of what we do. Right through to the actual spaces that you're sitting in, and actually how ergonomic the things have been designed, and is the music right, and is the smell right, and all the things that you just want as a human, really. So I think we kind of wanted to understand.
Well, so when you were making that observation, was that you were sort of outside of coffee at that point? You were a consumer, you were kind of into specialty coffee, but you were just kind of noticing this disparity between, like you said, those couple of kind of heroes and then the larger group. So did you come at it then with a desire, like, when you did the first shop, was it, let's just do one of these and see how this goes? Or was it kind of central to the idea all the time of having a number of shops?
Yeah, I by nature, I mean, my background, without boring everybody too much, as you've already sort of succinctly put it together, was that I started out of, whilst in my undergraduate university, an aquarium design business, which was, I guess, a bit of a kind of passion at the time for me. And that was basically installing and building fish tanks in people's homes and offices and casinos and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. And I did that for sort of the early part of my 20s. And I enjoyed the building element of that. And I enjoyed going into a space and creating something and actually then seeing it grow. I'm sure there's some sort of deep psychological reason why I enjoy that. But nevertheless, I enjoy it, and I haven't managed to find out why I enjoy it so much. But I enjoy going and creating spaces ultimately for different, I guess, energy exchanges, especially if you want to get super spiritual about it. And I guess then, and then in 2014 or 2013, sorry, I was approached by a friend of mine actually at the time. I've got this small space I'm looking at. It's an old watch house, and do you want to come in? And I was kind of at the time focusing on my aquarium business, and it was successful. And I just said, listen, I'm happy to back you, and I'll finance it, and you can run it. And in the end, he couldn't fulfill that. He couldn't come up and make it work. He had his own commitments elsewhere in the F&B sector. So in the end, I signed the lease and went alone. And I think that the same, I guess, primordial spiritual reasons why I liked sort of the building the aquarium part was also then, that scratch was itched, or the other way around. in the coffee, I really enjoyed building spaces and seeing how people interacted, and seeing parents coming in with their kids. And one case I always quote is there's a mum and son who have been coming into Watch House Bermondsey Street, the original one, from the very start, and they sort of set up an Instagram account, and it was, I won't say the handle because it's probably not appropriate, but basically it was this person's mother and the kid's name, right? Kind of charted the whole way through 2012, I think it was, when the kid was born, right through until now. And you kind of see, and it kind of charts going into Watch House and buying like chocolate muffin and coffee, and I think and seeing the joy those kinds of things happen. And there's many examples of that across our space and other specialty coffee spaces. But I think that's something special about that. I mean, there's something really special about it. And I think sometimes we don't really sit back and take readings really about how great that is.
I think I said this to you before. It was a conversation I was having with some friends recently about, especially with retail spaces, you put so much time into investing in the design of it and considering what you want the experience to be. But like that kind of, like what you said there about kind of seeing how people interact with them, it's almost like anticipating that you can only do 70% of it. The other 30% or even more is going to be determined by how you decide to use your space. And it won't always be exactly as you intended, and there's both There's the trauma of that, and there's the joy in that. That it doesn't.
Yeah.
Why didn't you go that way? I wanted you to go that way and then order.
Without
So
doubt.
do you feel that I don't know, I'm recalling as you're talking, another piece of advice I was given one time was that the opening is easy. It's kind of carrying the same, 5 years later, 2 years later, 10 years later, having the same sort of attention to detail and care as you did on a first opening week, as you did the whole way through. So I'm just, as you're saying about like the joy of opening new places, does that same kind of is, and I'm wondering how much that kind of informs a desire to kind of, to grow the business and keep trying. So going back to that question again, then is like, how much was growth part of it when you were first opening? Was the intention to sort of do 2, 3, 5, 20? Was it, or was it just kind of, let's see how this first one goes, and then we'll see if this is for us or
No,
not?
my instincts are always go into something and go in full, and therefore, whilst it was an auxiliary part of my life between 2013 2014, it was very much, I had this notion that, and we toyed with the name over the years, which is another longer story we don't have time for today, but in the end we came right back to Watch House. But I always had this notion of kind of, it'd be great to have different watch houses all over the country, possibly even the world, and this to be the watch house. That was always kind of the starting point. But it was quite cool to think that this would be a place that people could come to in the future and kind of go, oh, wow, that's where Watch House started, and then where you get the same thing with Starbucks in Seattle. I just think there's something quite special about that energy and that, I guess, provenance and history of what's happened. So I always liked that. So no, I would be telling a massive fib by saying that it was going to be a standalone shop, but it wasn't. And I think then, sort of 2014, we opened the first site. 2015, I needed a much needed sabbatical with my partner because we'd started the aquarium business whilst at university. So we took a 12-month period out and went traveling and spent most of our time hanging out in coffee shops all over the world, which was really, really interesting. I often reference Blue Bottle as a kind of a formative element of my, I guess, my view of specialty. And even then, you can see kind of this transformation from them being this kind of, I guess, shining light in our industry to then, some ways, some people have been slightly critical about them doing the deal they did with Nestle. And I think what's been fantastic about them is that they've managed to really scale and I think be true to what they believe in. And I'm very open about the fact that I look at them and see them as a business which has been able to sort of in some ways push that boundary about scalability, sustainability, and holding true to what they believe in, whilst also challenging the perception that doing more means you're not as good. So to come back to your point about the attention to detail, I would say we're not good at opening cafes. Like I say that we're still very much trying to get into the position where we open our doors on day one and things are all brilliant from day one. I think actually what tends to happen with us is we open in the first month, we're still snagging, and luckily our great customers don't necessarily realize, because the overall experience is obviously different to what else you find in certainly in the UK. And I think therefore it's a never-ending attention to detail and task for us. But no, I think that as we've scaled our business, we've actually improved upon our ability to have closer attention to detail towards standards, towards customer experience, towards product quality. And I think that mantra of looking to try and push and be better as you get bigger is something that we really want to foster in the business. So I think where I struggle, I guess, in the full honesty here, is I have a very, very high attention to detail, I guess professionally, but also personally, and sometimes that can kind of manifest itself into being quite a frustrated sort of I guess a real challenge for me to kind of channel that attention to detail, but in a way which feels very positive. So I can be known if watch our staff, if I walk into a site and something isn't right, it really does sort of grate on me. And I think in some ways I have to kind of take that, make a little note, come back to it in 25 minutes. But it's hard.
You're making a note. If you to have the restraint to make a note of it and not just kind of say something there in the moment in the middle of a busy shift, that's kudos. That's good. I've the attention to detail. There's two things you're saying there I think are interesting. One is on terms of these kind of, I had a former employer who used to hate the idea of soft openings because it was always like, this sort of, you're sending a message like, this isn't going to be great. you know. We're going to try. We're going to like you're going to beta test this for us, and you're probably going to have some bad experiences in the hope that we will then learn from that, and so in a month's time be better, or next week be better. And there is something to be said for just kind of open. We're open, and we've got our act together, and we're gonna here we go. And there's a confidence of that,
Yeah.
and it's impressive, but it's tough. It's so tough,
Yeah.
especially because of going back to like just not knowing how people are going to use your space, despite how much work went into designing it. But to the piece about that attention to detail, Doug Zell, the founder of Intelligentsia, used to work. He used to always talk about like if one light is broken, he would, and I'm, you know, you might be saying this, like he would phone nonstop the manager of that store until it was done. He would call every hour or so until the light was done, and his whole feeling all the time was, if people can't trust you to get the small things right, why would they trust you to get the big things? You know, and it was just that the sort of compounding implication of all those little small misses, those small problems, is it just creates trust and a sense of lack of confidence in the experience. And I do think there's truth to that. I think there's also a point where you're focusing on the wrong problem. But there is a time when it's very true. So going back then to the sort of this kind of very clear idea of growth from there from the outset, this very idea of kind of scaling up. Wouldn't it be great if we had watch houses all across the UK? How has the staff responded to that? Is that exciting for them? Do they feel they're part of something? Is it challenging for them? Is there any kind of tension in that?
I think I mean, I guess, there's a lots of story with our growth, right? Like, we started as a one-shop operator, and we got to three different spaces, and at that point we hadn't vertically integrated on our coffee, and we hadn't really pushed that boundary in terms of challenging ourselves, certainly on the coffee side, within our own control, right? And I think during lockdown, actually, we launched our roastery, and I think I always vividly remember, I can't remember who it is, so I can't be that vivid, but I do remember someone saying to me that one of the biggest changes in within a specialty coffee company, you start creating, so you start roasting your own coffee and putting your own stamp on what you're doing. And I think it's been a really, really important change for our business. And I think, I hear obviously a lot in the media about staff shortages, and of course I know they're there, but we're hugely lucky in that we don't have any staff shortages at all, while still being able to scale and still get a lot of inquiries for people to join the business. And I think the reason for it fundamentally is that the same feeling of, I guess, of authenticity. I mean, you probably can see behind, we've got a big brand, which wasn't placed there, by the way. This is our meeting room talking. But behind there is our brand story, and on that brand story, it talks about authenticity. And I think that resonates with not only our customers, but I think it also significantly resonates with our staff and our incoming staff. And again, I'm very open to say that, without sort of pinging Blue Bottle around too much, I remember spending time in New York for 6 weeks or so in 2019, and spending time speaking to staff at some of their cafes, and also spending time speaking to some other operators who I won't name. And it was incredible, that the engagement level, and I kind of came away thinking to myself that, for us to really foster a great culture within our business, we need to invest, and I mean genuinely, in our culture, and our really getting our teams into the same vision of what we're trying to achieve, which for us is to be the bench, which is a big claim to make. But if you don't achieve, you're not going to get anywhere near it. So basically said to our teams is, you come in to our business for the first 2 weeks, no time whatsoever in a front of house capacity. Like, we really want to and really dive into our business before you start engaging with our customers. And then we go through a full sort of 30, 60, 90-day program with our teams to make sure that they have their ambitions and targets. And this is something that's been a work in progress, right? Like, there's many people in our business that didn't go through this process off the bat. So, and they're now having to re-go with our guys. So I think fundamentally the teams understand the vision. I think it needs to be reinforced, like always. Now, 35 people in our business. Just about making sure we continue that authenticity, and we can for us to properly be able to scale.
Yeah. So I want to make sure my connection was a little bad there for a moment. So I'm not sure if yours is still running okay there, but the if you can hear me okay. But I caught most of what you said there in terms of the sort of the conveying that vision for the staff, but letting being very transparent about what you're trying to achieve, the sort of being authentic about it, and hoping that in turn creates this culture that is sort of, that I guess aids with retention of staff, and sort of, I think that's always a challenge, is if you are, for those who when you don't have that retention, but you're trying to invest in that culture in a sense of it just being investing into a gap, that's a bucket that's always got a hole in it, and it's just always emptying, and how do you sort of fill it up? And I would certainly agree that those businesses that you tend to see that have a really great culture, where you can see that the staff enjoy working there, that the staff believe in what's being done, that they that's magnetic. And that's very visible outside. I think it's very visible from outside of the company. I think Roland's just checking his
internet.
I think it's back, Roland. Now, while Roland's just checking that, I'm going to just quite a few questions coming up inside. So I'm going to look through some of these questions. I think you're okay again, Roland.
There we go.
So,
are we back?
You're back. You're good. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, great. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Great. The joys of virtual and forced to do these things online. But I got to say, there's benefits to that. So I just want to stay on this before we jump into all the questions here from that the audience are bringing in. I wanted to is there a sort of have you encountered or observed much sort of reticence or people being put off by the sort of very being that open about, we want to build lots and lots of shops, we want to grow, we want to get big, we want to take our roasting in-house, we want to build our food program, we want to have shops across London, strong online program, we want to make a profit, does that narrative, do you find that kind of is ever problematic for people, or is that something you've observed? And I'm just curious about that one.
Yeah, I mean, for those that know me, they know that I'm a fairly straight speaking person. We have I'll tell you, we've got 4 pillars within our business that we which are offer great product or places that in our industry. I know you and I have spoken about this at length, but I think in our there is this kind of dirty feeling towards profit, and I think I understand, obviously entirely understand where that comes from and how it's been in many ways bastardized by people who have gone before, and not always, but it has to be said. We know the story, we know the history, but I think that we need to now put confident enough to say that profit is a fundamental to what we're doing, and we use the word motivating profit because the ability for that profit gives us the opportunity to go off and do great things. It gives us an opportunity, of course, to pay our shareholders and make sure that we return an income on the capital that they've invested in us and that they've backed us. But it also gives us an opportunity significantly to go off and do things like London Living Wage, and which is something that we as a business are working towards at the moment. And it's a very important part of what we're doing right now. And I think 135 people in the business it's a big task for us, but it's something that's right up high on our what we're doing. Is this? I don't know if we're frozen again, are we?
Your connection is a little dropping in and out and forth. I don't know if it's mine as well. It could be mine. You never quite know with these things. But you're good for a bit and then it drops. How about right now?
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, we could. I think we can hear you okay now. It's better, I think. But I was catching what you were saying, Roland, in terms of that it is that by the necessity of pursuing a profit, making sure the business is profitable, is what in turn allows you to, both satisfy shareholders and satisfy invest in programs that are important and to creating that culture, retaining staff, providing, as you said, working towards London living wage and things like that. Yeah, I definitely, I think what you said before about like it is sometimes too quickly conflated with very, very large businesses that have maybe dominated certain industries in the past, and it isn't really. It makes the word profit so charged and I think muddied, so that when someone tries to talk about like we want to do a healthy turnover because that allows us to grow, it allows us to provide professional development paths for people within the organization, etc., etc. But it's an interesting one. Okay, you seem good right now.
Yeah, I flipped onto my.
Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna jump into some questions here that some of the audience. So, question for Roland. He mentioned he hopes to be able to hit a point where he can open new locations without needing a month for a snag list to fix issues. My question in two parts is: what are those kind of usual snags you have to address, and what changes are you implementing to address those before doors open?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me, so I'll just carry on talking, and hopefully you get to hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's opening complicated, high attention to detail. I mean, I think coming back to the authenticity point, right? Like our customers walk in, and in some ways, I mean, we've never had customers come in and go like, "Oh, where's your umbrella stand?" Like they don't do that. Like they come in and kind of, or I remember being interviewed actually for the R200 hospitality video a couple of weeks ago. We just opened St Mary's Axe, our new site, and I remember sitting on an exposed green MDF non-leathered banquette seating. And the guys from R200 were very good because they kind of put the camera just up at my head height and didn't see the seat. And I remember sitting there thinking, we as a business needs to get ourselves into a position where we're able to do this in a more sustainable way and a way which is more seamless. And I think the things that we've put in place is that we've brought in somebody now who works as our NSO manager, or new store opening manager, who basically her role is to come in and effectively take the reins of the site from 3 or 4 weeks out from a product completion, and then take that through to full snagging and completion. So that's been a big change. I think also having a really good project manager in place is a really important. I think historically, I remember I designed berms basically on the back of a cigarette packet, and then into SketchUp, and we basically had a situation where we would design very handsome out, and again it was authentic, so people liked it, but it wasn't done in a very methodical, good project manager that we work with, and we have trusted contractors that we work with, and our design team, a good team.
Oh, dropping your back.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I don't think this is me because we've never had a problem. It may be, but I've changed internet connections here, so we'll have to see if it's something else, maybe.
Possibly. Yeah, go ahead.
But I to answer the question, I think having a really good project manager, a really good design team, having a set checklist of things that you need to ensure that you look after, and you actually program that in. We use a program now, you guys may have heard of it, Monday.com, which is a really good project management program, which really helps the ability to actually sort of flow in what you're doing. But again, like I just, it's a desire to get better and better, but I also think like fundamentally, I think what matters is that people see what we're about, and it's authentic and it's real, and it is warts and all. Like it's not. People want real experiences, and that's what they get.
The new store opening role is fascinating. I haven't heard of that before. And the fact that you're investing in that is really interesting. And I've always found that it's so hard to. I mean, it's like the easiest thing that you would imagine is just kind of learn from the lessons in the last one, and just sometimes it's the sort of discipline it takes to kind of write it all down and go, we didn't get order that on time. This always takes longer than we think it'll take. Blah blah blah. To then internalize all that and refine it for the next one, and just kind of the institutional to kind of institutionalize that knowledge is tough, especially opening at the rate you're opening. Okay,
and I guess the other thing, just the other one thing to add on that, of course, is that when you're opening with different, our cafes are different, right? So we use different materiality. Even the equipment at times is different, right? We don't just use one type of coffee machine, and so it is a never-ending kind of, I guess, the evolution of what we're doing, and therefore that in itself presents a challenge. But I think it's one that we can overcome, and I think it leads to a better, organic, real experience.
So actually, I want to jump in on that because I know you said before, like, so I think you're I would say Watch House has quite a consistent brand experience, and I think it's what I found impressive about it was the way that translates from in-store to digital to social web. Is that there and even when you order things online, the way they arrive, the packaging. I think you guys do a really good job of having the consistency in those different brand touch points, and it's interesting then to think about when you're opening these locations when it's not necessarily cookie cutter because you're not buying the same kind of box every time. How much work? How do you kind of reconcile that need to make something feel bespoke to a neighborhood, bespoke to a community, authentic, whilst also feeling very clearly tied into a broader idea? The brand.
I mean, I guess how we do it from a sort of physical bricks and mortar experience is that we take a very holistic view of the space that we're going into. And I know, again, there's a lot of these sort of buzzwords now, you hear an awful lot, but I think, the provenance of the space and ultimately what the community wants, what we need and what we want to do as well. And I think the ability there to actually sort of look at that before you sort of break ground, as it were, is really important. And again, like I'm saying that from a position where, we've now got institutional backers in our business. We've got economies of scope and scale that we can sit back and have that luxury. So I think if you're one or two, I mean, we certainly weren't doing that when we first opened our site, right? It was kind of like, oh, I want to open something nice. What do I want to do? It wasn't, sort of let's go off and paint a fence and then decide what we're going to do afterwards, And I think now we take much more time and consideration in how our expression and our language is used within our spaces, making sure that we have as much consistency as possible, but it is also consistently innovating and pushing that benchmark, which I mentioned earlier, as high as it possibly can be. So, I mean, there is a conflict, of course, between wanting to try and get operationally efficient in what we're doing and also ensuring that we are challenging that perception of innovation, really. And I think that's an ongoing conflict, and we're comfortable with that conflict. It's something that we have to live with. But what we think comes out the other end of the machine, as it were, is a really great cafe. And I think as well, like as they will say, you're only as good as your last gig, as it were. And I feel that in some ways we are consistently trying to get better and better as we open more and more spaces and evolve and ultimately become better what we do for a living. And I think there's something exciting about that as a group of individuals and as a culture.
I like that. I like what you said there about just the kind of if there is tension in figuring out how you mix that local design to bigger brand, that like the output is a positive thing, that it leads to character, leads to sort of that's something maybe more memorable or more emotionally relevant to that location and its community. Okay, another question here. In terms of finding good business partners or staff members to grow your coffee team, family, in Europe? And although I know I've heard the word family has been seen as problematic recently in coffee shops. But in your opinion, what are the most important qualities and traits and skills to look for? I guess that's kind of a broad question in terms of just the people you want to work with and work with you. Is there certain traits that you're consistently looking for?
Our former coffee roasters, Ozone Coffee Roasters, who were supported us for many years and were fantastic throughout that period of our growth. I remember one of the people there recommended, they're obviously, for those that don't know, a Kiwi, originally a Kiwi coffee roastery from New Zealand, obviously, and they're now over here in London. And they said, you must read a book by a guy, I believe his name's John Kerr, but the book is basically behind the scenes. It's used now in sort of business education, basically. But the idea was it was behind the scenes look at the New Zealand All Blacks. And I remember reading it, and it was great. It was brilliant to read. But the mantra of hopefully we're not under any time language element here, but this notion of no dickheads was really important. And that was, it doesn't matter how great you are at rugby, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're a dickhead, you're out. And I think for us, genuinely great human beings in our business is a really important part. You can teach people anything, almost anything, but you can't teach them to have necessarily empathy, to be hardworking, to be committed, to be loyal, like all these really important human characteristics, which we should all aspire, in my opinion, to try and get better at. And I think fundamentally what we try and do is say to people, if you want to come and you want to share the vision of getting better, and you're willing to learn, and you don't have, we don't have the mantra of no decades, but the general principle here is to have good human beings, a bit more positive rather than negative. That's a really important part of our ability to scale. And I know that obviously being SCA, we're going to focus on coffee here, but there are people in our business who aren't coffee specialists, and we're quite proud of that. People who are in the business who have different areas of expertise within it, which contribute to the overall experience that we refer to as modern coffee, which is these tenets of excellence within the business that I discussed earlier in terms of people, product, passion, and ultimately profit. Those elements are really important to what we deem to be a genuinely modern coffee experience. And I think really for people to join us, they need to be happy to buy into that element of trying to pursue forever to be better, and for them to be ultimately good human beings. So I think that's kind of the prerequisites to joining our business. Yeah.
That's as good as answer as any, I think, for that. I mean, it makes total sense. Sorry, there's something I'm feeling it. I want to ask my own questions, but before I ask this next question, I do think what you just said about because I want to talk as well, Ronan, because I like to sound in my own voice, and I feel like everyone here does listen to you, but I want to talk. I think that's the beauty of coffee, is that it is so big. It does require so much. And actually a big part of this program, this retail summit we've launched, is about acknowledging the sort of I think in the US they refer to as allied businesses, but there are so many people involved in making great coffee experiences happen. And a lot of that role does not require people to be experts in coffee. It is the things that orbit that, the things that are congruent, the things that lead into it, whether it's design, just finance, or good people, hiring and practices. And there's just so many other areas that make coffee experiences possible. And we want to create platforms where we can talk about that and learn about that, and expose, our community to ideas on how to create better structures for great coffee to shine and better platforms. So that is all part and parcel of it. So that said, what are you most excited about in coffee right now? And let's go with that definition of coffee being kind of the business of it.
Yeah, I think the technological elements is significant, and I think for us, I know tech, the buzzword at the moment for everything, but I do think the ability to qualitatively engage with your consumer via tech, I think is going to be a really, really interesting, exciting way exciting thing to explore over the next couple of years. spoken before about potentially tokenization of the experience with our consumers, and some of you may be aware of sort of the NFT technology, or the phenomena that's kind of come out of principally the States in the last 18 months or so, which is this notion of non-fungible tokens, and I guess changing the medium for communication with your consumer base. And I think it's an interesting thing that we're looking at. And that could be something as simple as issuing 10,000 tokens, watch house tokens, which would have effectively a contract attached to those tokens, which would enable the holder of that token to have access to educational resource. It can have things such as an ability to say to somebody, if you come to one of our houses and you're to our brand and you do what you do within sort of a given month, if there's a consecutive element of, and you use your token, then that enables you to have access to new resources from the business. So it's very early days for us to kind of explore this, but I think it's super interesting. And obviously, once you then sort of throw the blockchain technology into that as well, I think it's and that's kind of already happening out of Colombia at the moment. There's a few companies out there looking to try and get blockchain through, so that again, for our industry, given you're literally going from bean to cup, what does that actually mean? Well, the ability to look at blockchain to actually literally show the person drinking this cup of coffee, like what's in, how that's gone, how the person's been paid. There's always going to be limitations about this, ultimately the data that you get in terms of qualitative elements and farming practices and actual pay and working conditions, which of course is the struggle that we have. But I think there's really interesting technology now within our space, which I think enables a greater level of connectivity and ultimately, back to that word, authenticity about what you're doing. So that's really cool. And I also think that the ability for us to now maybe reach new areas in terms of buying coffees, which we haven't maybe been able to very easily, and I guess in some ways the ability to break down barriers in terms of communication with origin, I think is really interesting thing as well. So I think that's a new kind of focus again around tech and communication. But I think these are the kind of things that we're interested in, particularly at the moment. And then in-store experiences, there's some great technological changes in terms of the hardware that we're using within store, and we've got a few very interesting products that we're going to be launching in the next period. One of which is a chaff soda, which we're working on, which is quite cool, which we're sort of trying to pioneer and innovate within our space, and which would be quite cool as well. So there are some interesting things that we're working on at the moment.
That's cool. Chaff soda sounds interesting. I know you told me about it before.
Yeah.
Definitely try it. There's a lot of questions, and I'm trying to be. I don't know if we're going to get through all of them, so I'm scanning for one that maybe touch on something we haven't touched. One here: how did you translate the feel of the brand into retail coffee offering to translate the best of the brand back into customers' homes? I think that is something.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's obviously a challenge to try and ensure that it's lovely to hear Stephen say that there's a consistency in delivery between the different mediums that we work within, but it is a challenge, of course. I mean, we are. I like to think, and there will be others out there, but one springs to mind. We're the only, I'd say, coffee roastery that I know, certainly in central London, is actively not doing wholesale. Like, we're not doing a wholesale program for our business. We don't want to do that. It isn't true to the tenets of our business and what we want to do. But of course, why isn't it? Well, I want people to come to a watch house and receive the modern coffee experience, the holistic experience that we want to try and offer. And that can be their take on it, right? We're not trying to force down anyone's neck, like our views. We all set the platform and they can live within that platform as they see fit. And we have that all the time. And I think it's something that we're really proud of, But I think in terms of taking that experience back home, yeah, I mean, you've got to make sure that things are done correctly. Obviously the coffee needs to be obviously adequately packaged and looked after as much as possible. And we're just about to release our own Miron glass patented jar, which basically keeps the light out of from the coffee, but it's also quite a nice thing to keep in your home. And so it's a nice feeling. It's some nice attention to details on that, which launches in a couple of weeks' time. So I guess it's never going to be perfect. We're always going to try and make sure that we try and produce great products that can be enjoyed at home. But I think something we are working on over the next 6 to 12 months is then a qualitative educational resource whereby actually if you buy a Colombian coffee from us or an Ethiopian coffee from us, and you will get a ability to actually get your own customized video, which will say, this is how we recommend you use it. If you don't want to use it that way, completely fine, but this is how we recommend you do it. And there'll be sort of a more qualitative experience on that. And I think Stephen and I, as aspiring athletes, often talk about the fact that we go to the gym or try to go to the gym, and I've recently taken up Peloton, as many people I think have, and I think that qualitative at-home experience is absolutely possible. It's just about investing correctly in the technology and the educational resource to provide that. So in the same way you would if you walked into a watch house and you spoke to one of our baristas, he did ask, you ask a question, you get a great answer, and therefore we need to provide that same experience at home.
Well, you threw me with your gym reference, but yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. I'm just scanning here for questions. We've got 9 minutes left. So, from Kurt, what was something that you didn't anticipate when opening your business that you wish you knew before?
That's a good question. I think something that I find frustrating is something I think, again, Stephen, you and I have discussed, is we have to create a toolkit to provide to people who open cafes. Right, this is what you need. These are your employment contracts. This is your training center. This is the EPOS system you need. We as an industry seem to kind of get the rump side of an EPOS system, a till system for those that don't know, from kind of out of the restaurant world, right? It's not really designed properly for our use. We kind of get along with it, fine. But equally, we don't really get this sort of toolkit for an operator. If you start your own cafe, you kind of just have to muddle your way through. And there are resources, of course, no less than on the SCA. But I think we need to be better in an industry kind of providing that. And I go back to Ozo; they were great when we opened. They really came to us and said, this is kind of what you need to do as a toolkit, which was really, really helpful. But I think there needs to be more of that, where we kind of know that we've got proper educational resources, proper HR, proper payroll. Our operational checks and balances are properly done. So we use a system called Trail, which is a really great system. It's used by many operators now in the UK, and it gives you the ability to actually properly do health and safety checks and ensure that you've got good compliance. And there's all these things, and it feels a little bit fragmented that when we start a business, we don't really have a clue, and that isn't good enough. So I think in terms of what I would like to do in terms of opening up, the challenges from opening our business, I think what I'd like to try and see is a better exploration of that resource, so that people who open cafes can really make sure they learn from the mistakes ultimately of others. And I think we need to be better at that.
I mean, that's a beautiful tie into the whole virtue of this platform we're trying to build here, is that the fact that this is all being made available for free thanks to our sponsors, but it's that we're recording. The idea is for, and this is not sort of meant to be kind of a self-serving plug, but it is that we are very cognizant that the lack of awareness or the difficulty in accessing that knowledge of, as you said, learning from others is it's a real obstacle. And so one of the things we're trying to do here is to build this library of resources that is always available for free. You just go to retail.sca.coffee, will always be adding to it. And the view is to do more of these summits where we capture these conversations, because it's immensely helpful hearing someone like yourself talk about how you approach these things and what struggles you.
And equally, just to say, if anyone's watching this and they want more chat about that, just reach out to me on Instagram or LinkedIn, and I'll give you sort of our full technical stack within our business, so that you can see how we do what we do. I'm fully sort of open source on that.
Very generous. Another question here, maybe our last. What do you think about the future of the coffee industry? With so many coffee shops opening every year, is it a bubble that's going to explode, or do you see room for it to become even bigger? One would hope you see.
No, it's a bubble. We're screwed. No, I think that there is. I mean, this is obviously well trodden ground in terms of a question and an answer. you only need to go to Melbourne, Australia to look to see, saturation, and or they're still opening great spaces, and they're pushing the bar higher. I think we aren't anywhere near saturation at all. I mean, in my opinion, I'm talking here as a primarily central London operator. Obviously, we've got a site opening in Bath in a few months' time, and which will be an interesting challenge for us. But I think, even outside of central London, which is obviously more mature than most, there's so much opportunity within the UK. And even then, you go to an area that springs to mind. I mean, Brighton is a really good example, I think, where you've got probably a high density of specialty shops versus the native population. You just get better. I just think you improve, you give people the opportunity. To second wave guys hanging around doing what they're doing, and more power to them. But there's still plenty of opportunity for us to get out there and really engage people. And I think we all hear still people saying, "Oh, I don't drink coffee, I don't drink tea," and stuff, and and that's obviously it's fine. But I also think there's an educational element there, of exposure, and I think we are very, very far away. 65 million people from being anywhere near saturation in our sector, and that's just the UK, and that's before even going abroad, where we're even, it might, of course there's areas within the world which are significantly different, areas which have got huge amounts of people that just don't have exposure to specialty, and we've got so much opportunity here to develop.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you still need to know where to go to have a good coffee. Just arrive in a city. If you're just chancing your arm, I think the chances are you still will get a coffee that wasn't prepared with care, whichever stage we're talking about in the production. Well, I don't know if that's a bit too sweeping, but I think just the point is, like, I think we can sometimes, because you're in it, it seems like it's everywhere. It seems like that it's just everywhere. But I'm still always amazed at when I can't meet new people, how basic the level of knowledge is around what the product is at its core. And I've had chats with very large companies who have identified that basically just the sheer size of the potential bring more people in who are not in sort of in the who are specialty consumers, or who would be seeking out coffee for its quality, not just for its caffeine kick or things like that. That is still, even though it feels like we've been working on that narrative for quite a while, it is still very, very much the change that much. It's just it's good that there's more places to go. And I think always that's part of it, is just having good coffee. Coffee it doesn't have to be miraculous, life changing all the time. It is sometimes the bar is just, is it sweet? Is it clean? Is there some nice flavors in here? I think if we can also just kind of, I'm talking too much. Roland, thank you so much for giving us your time this morning, and for
you're very welcome.
All the questions, and for sharing the story of Watch House. Could you just maybe, you mentioned you're opening in Bath soon. You just opened another branch in London. Kind of where are we at now in terms of the growth plan at the moment?
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks for having me on, and apologies for the Wi-Fi issues midway through. Our business now, we've got seven houses, as we refer to them, open. We have 3 others in construction at the moment, which is Bishopsgate, not too far away from our Mary's Act site that we opened a month ago, in August. We've got a site opening in Seven Dials, in the former site of Timber Yard, who closed down there, and then we were approached by the landlord, which is really exciting. We have a site that we're looking at the moment. We're in legals on in Covent Garden, Kings Road. We're about discussions with a place in Canary Wharf at the moment. So there's loads of things that we're working on at the moment, and of course there's all the internal that we're doing in terms of technological development and the things that we've discussed here today already. So Bath will be a challenge, of course, but it's one in which we feel confident of taking on, and I think that it feels like the right space to us, and the right area. So we're excited by that.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on all the success so far. And
Thank you.
we're excited to see what happens next. And yeah, thanks for being part of helping us kick off day one.
Thanks very much.
Thanks everyone for
I'll
joining
flick
us.
off.
Yeah, we'll see you all soon and enjoy what's coming next. So I
Thanks.
will say goodbye. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
So, welcome back to SEA's Coffee Retail Summit. My name is Yannis Apostolopoulos and I'm the CEO at the Specialty Coffee Association. I'm pleased to be joined today by Jimena Pastor and Alexander Zelenits for their talk, The Importance of a Strong Team to Support Your Vision. So, Jimena is the Director of Activities and co-founder of L'Atelier in Barcelona, as well as an investor in Dita Artisanale. She began her career in Costa Rica and continued her studies in creative gastronomy and pastry arts in Barcelona. Jimena has worked in several Michelin-starred kitchens as a pastry chef, including Albert Adrià's Ticket Bar and Enigma. You may have seen her in documentaries like Chef's Table. In 2019, Jimena and her partner, Eric Ortiño, opened L'Atelier in Exemplé, a neighborhood of Barcelona, a place where pastry shops, school, and kitchen unite in an avant-garde space. Last year, L'Atelier in Barcelona received Fava de Cacao Award, recognized as one of the top 5 bakeries in Catalonia, and is a winning award for the best artisanal cookie in Spain. So, in addition to all this, Jimena is an investor to Dita Artisanale in Florence, bringing her expertise to the team and finding ways to offer great food to complement the great coffee that they are offering there. We are also joined by Alex. Alex is the Chief Operating Officer at Dita Artisanale. He began his career in the United States, originally working after graduating from a New York university. Alex moved to Paris and he received a degree in cuisine and pastry from Le Cordon Bleu. In Paris, he also worked for a 2-star Michelin restaurant. Following this, Alex returned to the States working with the operations team of a fast-growing meal kit startup in Chicago before most recently co-founding an online specialty marketplace for chefs, which is called Hors d'Oeuvre. He joined Dita in July 2020, bringing together his passions for food, beverage, coffee, technology, and business. So before Jimena and Alex begin, I also want to provide some background about Dita Artisanale. Dita was founded in 2013 by Francesco Sanapo and Patrick Hofer. Most of us in specialty coffee know Francesco already for his time at World Barista Championship stage or his accolades as Italy's best roaster. This experience certainly inspired the founding of Dita, helping to expand the concept of Italian craftsmanship to the third wave of coffee in Florence and in Italy. Dita is like the pioneer house for specialty coffee in Italy. With 3 Dita Artisanale locations in the city, I think we will be hearing a bit more about what the future has in store for Dita today. Now I would like to welcome Jimena and Alex on the screen with us. Thank you both for joining us. I'll let you both tell us a bit about Dita, your roles on the team, and I will be back for Q&A at the end of the talk. For those who are watching, please leave questions for Jimena and Alex in the chat. So, just to get it going, I would like to ask a first question to both of you. What makes Dita so special?
Hi, Yanis. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hi, Jimena. Good to see you again.
Hey.
Hi, everyone that's joined. We appreciate you taking some time out of your day to listen in. So what makes Dita special? That's a great question. And I think a lot goes into a proper response. But I think an easy way to kind of summarize it would be really what our mission statement is. And at Dita, we really are responsible in everything that we do. So that goes from sourcing to the way we staff, to the way we serve a cup of coffee, a pastry, or a meal. And we like to think that our special blend is artisanal Italian with contemporary appeal. And we operate from the heart, from every bean that we roast to every cup that we serve. So that's really what our mission is. And for all of our employees, we make sure that on their first day, they learn our core values, which are respect, quality, education, balance, and warmth. And as Yanis mentioned in the beginning, we are Italy's first specialty coffee roaster and coffee shop. So we started in 2013, and since then it's been a great progression of expansion. Maybe I'll pause there and see if Jimena wants to maybe add some light on Francesco's kind of vision and how she's been involved with Dita.
Of course, Alex, thank you. Definitely, I think that apart from all you're saying, the vision comes from Francesco and Patrick, and especially Francesco, who is the soul of this project, and his love for coffee and his vision for what coffee should be is what drives all of us to support him, right? And in the end, when you have a project, you need to know who you are, who you want to be, and who you want your clients to understand who you are as well, and we need to defend this vision. So as we grow, or as we hopefully become a bigger company, we'll still have that soul, and we'll still have that personality to begin with. And I think this all comes from Francesco and his passion and his love of coffee.
Great. And just for the audience, I'm going to be running through some slides just to give everyone a visual understanding of our brand and our different coffee shops. So I'll just be periodically moving from slide to slide. And then, if there's questions about anything in there, we can, revisit that at the end of the session. So maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to kind of talk about how I got involved and what is really important in kind of my role as Chief Operating Officer, and how it relates to the central theme of this talk, which is really teamwork. So as Yanis mentioned, I joined about 11 months ago, and I was actually brought in by one of our investors who reached out to me about this opportunity. And it didn't take long for me to be convinced to move to Firenze to join such an amazing team. But what was necessary in the very beginning was to really understand not only the long-term vision for Francesco and Patrick, but what the team on the ground had to say about their experience at Dita. And so the first thing I did as part of a larger audit was take everybody out individually to just talk with them about how they got started at Dita, how long they'd been there, what they liked, what they didn't like, what they wanted to improve, and more importantly, kind of what they wanted out of their experience working for Dita. And I think in taking the time to speak with people individually, it helped understand a lot of the kind of in the intricacies of the operation as it was at that point in time. And kind of what became clear to me from that exercise was, look, this is a company with a tremendous amount of potential, and what we need to start doing is putting in place some of the core building blocks that'll be sound enough to support the kind of growth that we want. And so one way that we kind of approached that was, in our business, some of the work can be a little bit repetitive. For example, when we're looking to open new cafes, and we're going to be opening our third next week, which we're all super excited about, we like to try to build tools that will enable us to grow in a very kind of effective way that we can then reuse, because we know we might have to do that exercise again. So one example would be, as we think about adding new cafes, we wanted to develop an objective framework that we could then populate to understand how we could effectively and objectively evaluate new locations that might be a good addition to the DITA portfolio. And in doing that, it became a new system that the staff got used to. And from that, we would meet once a week and review all the locations that we had seen to understand, okay, does it make sense to revisit one and pursue it further or not? So that's just one example. And I think fundamentally, even before putting that framework into place, one thing that we made sure to do was leverage technology to make our jobs easier. And so I created a Google Drive, and that was going to be the home for all important company material. And obviously the right people that needed access would have access, and they could go and use whatever they needed. And it was a very nice way to collaborate internally via the technology that's available to us. I think maybe I can pause there and talk and pass it over to Jimena to see how she could explain a little bit how she got involved and kind of what her interests are. So Jimena.
Well, yeah, I definitely love Google Drive as well, Alex. But once you came in, we have to tell the story that there were already a small group of investors who had already taken that step to make DITA grow in that first level. And when our friend Burak, who also brought you into DITA, when he talked to us about this project, not only did he convey, obviously, the passion and the love that was behind this project, but also the growth opportunity that it had. So for me as an investor, when I invest in a project, I'm looking, I love gastronomy, I love food, I love drink, and I love the passion that goes with it. So first of all, I'm looking for that. I need to see a project that has a vision, that has a concept, and that the concept is already either accepted by the audience or has that chance to be accepted in the future. It doesn't matter if it's a new concept or if it's something that was there before, but it definitely has to convey that sense of quality and that sense of belonging. Something that I also liked about the project was that it was already part of the city. Like people felt that it was not just for foreigners, but it was also for themselves as people from Firenze, originally from Firenze. And that showed me that that's something that conveyed the soul of the city. As well, I think that we have to balance the vision that we want DITA to have, but also what the investors want. And in the end, investors want growth and dividends or whatever other way of creating revenue, no? And so for us as investors, we definitely want to see those opportunities of growth. And once we started doing the first investment, we felt that it was necessary to bring someone to be that organizing point, to be the person who brought all these ideas together into something that created revenue. Because sometimes when we have the visions and we have the dreams, we can let everything become a dream, and it's just difficult to bring it to earth and to really make money out of it, And in the end, when we have a business, that's what we want as well. No, it's a passion, but we also want to live well. So something that Burak felt that was very important, and he tried to convey to us as investors, is that for us to take that next step, we needed to bring someone in that would be that administration point and could bring everything together. And that's how Alex came into the project. So I think that it would be nice, Alex, if you could tell us a little bit about why you think it's important that we have some standards, and how you try to let us as investors know what you were doing.
Sure, absolutely. And before I talk a little bit about that, Jimena, I think it's very important to unpack what team really means for any company. And not only is it the employees and the founder and the C-suite, but the investors are a part of the team. The board is obviously a part of a team. And so, it's really, really important that everybody is aligned and working towards the same North Star. And I would say a big part of my job, which was very clear to me when I joined, was I was going to be the conduit or the liaison between the investors who sit all over the world and are all busy doing a lot of different things, but are also extremely interested in their investment, as well as the boots and the team on the ground here in Italy. And so for me to be effective, I wanted to really make sure that there was always a good line of communication back and forth, and that everybody, again, was moving towards the same goal. And so part of kind of one thing that we did initially to make that a reality was, to your point earlier, we put some standards in place, and we put some systems in place. And so we became a little bit more professional, and we said, okay, we're going to make sure that emails are polished for those that don't speak Italian, because I didn't speak Italian before I moved here. We said it would be great if everybody could make the effort to translate in English and Italian in the emails, to make it a little bit easier for the person on the receiving end to understand what's happening. Obviously, it was my job to make an effort to learn Italian as quickly as possible, and it's coming slowly but surely. But we were going to say, okay, if we're going to have a meeting, let's create a calendar invitation. Let's send that out to the right people. Let's put an agenda in the meeting so that we know what we're talking about. Let's put a time frame. So if it's going to take 30 minutes, let's try to keep it within 30 minutes. If it's going to be longer, we can make it 45 or 60 minutes. But let's just become a little bit more organized. And then, with the meetings, let's also make sure we send a recap, so that it's very clear what was discussed during the meeting and what the next steps are, who the action owners are, what the action items are, and when they're due. And that's how we can kind of keep things moving along. And so little details like that, for all the entrepreneurs that are listening, I think really help make for a well-oiled machine that not only does it improve communication, but it really helps empower the people to know what their true role and responsibility within the organization is. And you can also start to see where there might be challenges or roadblocks, because those red flags become a little bit more evident, because now some of this process is exposing all of that. And so it may seem very rudimentary, but I think that was my first step. And when I took this job, was kind of when I talked earlier about doing that audit, it was understanding how things were being done to present, to current, and then how can we create some new protocols to make things a little bit more seamless as we prepare to scale and grow in the future. And so the last kind of major change that we made, which we all thought was a good idea, was let's do quarterly investor updates. And so there's a couple reasons why we decided to do that. One would be that not only does it help me organize my thoughts as to what we accomplished in the last 3 months and what do we plan to accomplish in the next 3 months, it also enables the investors who join that call, which is 1 hour every 3 months, to get the 50,000-foot view of what's going on in Italy with Dita. And it's also a forum to talk about open items that may have dramatic change on the business. And so those calls are every 3 months. We put a little deck together, we present the deck, and then we make it very conversational. And at Dita, we're extremely fortunate because our investors are all passionate about hospitality like Jimena. They all care about specialty coffee. They believe in us, and so they want to have involvement. And if they want to be a little bit more passive, that's fine. We send a recording of the meeting out at the end, as well as the PowerPoint. But if they want to get involved, they can definitely use that 1 hour to really have a productive conversation. So I'll actually ask Jimena, do you find those calls to be helpful and effective? And what's your general feedback about that?
Well, yes, I do, because since after Burak, of course, and the founding of Dita originally, I was part of one of the first groups of investors, and I always depended on Burak, let's say, for him to tell me what was going on, what was happening, and we both have very busy lives, and of course, Francesco and Patrick have extremely busy lives, so this helped me to be more involved in the project again. This helped me to make sure that not only I know what's happening, but also to lend a helping hand in any way that I can. I also have a school. I'm also involved in the gastronomy business. And that's part of, I think, that when you guys decided to give an extra effort in the food offering in the shop, I think part of it came from that inspiration. Francesco's been in my school, and I think that we know that we can learn from each other. And as I listen to also other investors and see their input, I'm also learning for myself, and I'm also applying these things that I learned from you guys into my own business. So it's something that, to me, it's a symbiosis, almost a symbiotic meeting, where I understand what's happening in Dita. I am involved in my investment, but also I think that I can learn as well from what we're doing over there and apply it into my own business and my own life. And I think, Alex, that it would be nice for the audience to know a little bit about what's our plans, what's happening right now in Dita, and what's coming up for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. More than happy to shed some light on what's coming next. So I think I actually saw a question in the audience about it, but we are in the process of opening our third and largest cafe, which we hope to open early next week. It's been a long time coming, but this will be a great addition to the Dita portfolio. We're calling it Carducci because it's on Via Carducci. It's in Piazza Sant'Ambrogio of Firenze, which is a very bustling kind of local hub of the city. And so not only will we have a full service cafe, full service in the sense that we do our pastry and our brunch program, but we will also have our Scuola del Caffè. And I want to take a moment to just talk a little bit about the school, because it's extremely important to Dita as well as to the future of the specialty coffee industry. And we're calling it specifically Scuola del Caffè because we want it to be a hub for the industry. We want it to be a place that people can come and learn from each other and share ideas to continue to build on specialty coffee around the world. That's something that's extremely important to Francesco and Patrick. And we have been very, very fortunate that some of our staff are true veterans of the industry, as well as veterans of our coffee shops, and they've gone through the ranks of becoming exceptional baristas. Some of them have even competed on the national stage for the Barista Championship of Italy, as well as the world stage. And so specific folks in the team are definitely taking the time to get more involved and develop a great curriculum that will be approachable to anybody from the tourist that's visiting Firenze and wants to get a 2-hour lesson in coffee and take a break from all the art museum trekking and just come in and enjoy a great cup of coffee and learn a little bit about kind of where the industry is going, to experts that want to take a more involved kind of curriculum or 40-hour course to become an expert in one component of coffee, whether it's roasting, whether it's preparing, brewing, latte art, all that good stuff. So that's one big new development for Dita, and that'll be hopefully again opening early next week. So if you are in Florence, or if you plan to be in Florence in the next few weeks or months, please come visit us at either Sprone, Neri, or Carducci. And then I think, more generally, we have some big priorities that we're trying to execute on. We are in the process of trying to move our roastery into Firenze because we do see our identity being really linked to this city, as you talked about community earlier, Jimena. So we're currently looking at spaces that would make for a good fit in Florence. And then along with that, we're also obviously looking for new cafe locations. I spoke a little bit about that earlier in the talk, but we're looking around Florence to understand how we could maybe expand, maybe open a new unit in a new locale, new neighborhood. And then on top of that, we know that because we're now going to be three cafes, what goes best with a great cup of coffee but a great pastry. And so we're trying to find a way to centralize production for pastry. And that's actually a great segue into kind of how important your relationship to Dita is, Jimena, because as we look to maybe open a bakery production space within Florence, we're going to count on you and your expertise with the school you've built in Barcelona to help us understand the best way to operate that production space, and maybe even find a way to have a transfer of staff. If there's a high potential student of yours that's finishing the school and would want to come to Florence and join our team, that's the kind of collaboration that we live for and we really want in our investors. So maybe I'll pause there and let you talk a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, Alex, definitely. I think that specialty coffee deserves great food to accompany it. I think that it's common sometimes to see these great coffee places and they have specialty coffee. They're doing great coffee, but then you see the food offering and it's terrible, and it's just something that it's inconceivable, because you're already working with a beautiful artisanal product, and there's a lot of hands that come into this, from the person that grows it to the people that to the fermentation, to the drying, to the roasting, to the preparing. It's a whole, to even the selling of the coffee. There's a lot of love involved, and I think that the food has to accompany it. And the effort that it takes to serve good food sometimes it's the same as offering bad food, and we need to take a second to think about this. And if we're talking about quality, and if we have a discourse about who we are as a company, we need to be complete, and it has to be something that's full circle. So in this case, I know Francesco and Patrick always love great food as well. And they've also always expressed to me their concern about this issue. Something that's interesting as well in the case of Dita is that there's always been a lot of experimenting into seeing what the customer wants, whether it be a more American-based pastry, whether it be more European. I think that it's important that we need to convey who we really are. We need to express who we are, and we need to create a cart or a menu that reflects that. We don't need to be this guy or that guy. We need to be ourselves. So it's very important that we have and it's best to have few things than to have a big menu and that menu is terrible. It's just best to have 3 to 4 great pastries, or 2 sandwiches, or 1 salad, and have something that's really and truly great, than to have more things. So in our case, as we keep growing, we had several ways to grow. We could either buy from a person that already produces, a company that already produces these things, and we can just finish them in our shops. We could use a kitchen that was already made. Nowadays, there's a lot of dark kitchens. There's a lot of these new systems that we could rent for a few hours, and we can have a pastry chef that takes over the space, and then we finish up all the decorations or the reheatings in the shops. Or we could have our own place and fit it to our necessities. This is something that every company has to think about. What way are they gonna be able to create this new menu? And the three ways are great. For example, I work in Barcelona with a specialty coffee company called Three Marks Coffee, and we make for them the croissants. They have a great, beautiful coffee. They have a beautiful croissant. And they also make in-house several other small pastries like small cakes and cookies and things like that. But once you go to Three Marks Coffee, you know that they have a great menu. So in our case for Dita, I think that right now that's what we're trying to do, to be able to purvey all these shops, and hopefully in the future be able to purvey for 2 or 3 more shops if we open. And we're already making this investment, so we want this investment to be able to grow as well. In the case of the person that has to work with us, it has to be somebody who knows what they're doing, of course. But nowadays, there's a lot of people who studied pastry arts, a lot of young people that want to be involved in a project like Dita. They want to be part of a family that is a work family, and they want to feel the t-shirt. They want to love the company that they work for. They want to feel passion for who they work with as well. And right now we're trying to find the best way for us to grow in Dita. And we definitely think that maybe a hybrid between a ghost kitchen where we do part of the production there, and to have our own space where we do other parts of the production will be the best for us. And hopefully I'll be able to send some young students who are already graduated, but have that passion and want to live in Firenze, of course, hopefully to grow this part of the business and have a great product a food product linked to our beautiful coffee.
Great. And maybe just before we move to questions, I know we're supposed to do that right about now, but I do want to mention, this talk is about teamwork, and obviously all the things that Jimena and I have been discussing in the last 30 minutes can't be done by just one person or 2 people. It really requires a team of, rock solid rock stars. And so I'm very fortunate because the team that was already here that we've continued to build on is really just that. And I want to make sure to give a nod to all of them, because whether it's designing the food program and doing all the analysis on the food cost, or it's understanding our customer and working with our marketing team, as well as learning from our website and our social media, kind of what insights we can grab from there to have a better offering. It really is all about the team behind the engine. And so it's in for all the entrepreneurs that are listening, think about what's your biggest priority and how can you put the right team in place to tackle that one vertical, and don't spread people too thin. Try to be very focused. So for us, just to give a kind of high level overview, we do strategy, we do food and beverage, we do marketing, we do e-commerce, and we do wholesale, because those are kind of our main channels. And because of that, we're very organized. And so I can have a meeting with the head of each of those departments once a week and understand, okay, what are the roadblocks? How can we move forward to achieve our goals? And then I also should mention that one core offering that we didn't talk about yet that is also kind of in the Dita portfolio is that we have a minority stake in an artisanal gin business, which is a great match, because when we're not serving coffee in the evening, we can serve Peter and Florence gin cocktails. And so we're very unique in that sense. but that also requires a specific type of organization because you need good bartenders to make good drinks for aperitivo hour and after. So I know that was a lot of information, but maybe I'll let Giannis come back on and we can address some of the questions.
So first of all, thank you all so much. Like both of you, that has been a great presentation. And I'm so much looking forward going to Carducci and visiting Dita again, because it's a great place to visit. And Florence, it's an amazing place to be. So we have received a lot of questions. And I would try to navigate between the questions when it comes to investment, when it comes to food, and when it comes to real operations. But first of all, I'd like to ask you a question that I received from my team for both of you. So since you both have backgrounds in Michelin-starred kitchens, could you speak about some of the similarities and difference between those environments and Dita? So how does the approach to Michelin-level dining compare to contracts with a specialty coffee shop?
Jimena, you want to go first?
Sure. Well, I definitely think that the type of person that works for Dita is very similar in the sense that it's usually people that have a passion for this area of gastronomy. To me, coffee is gastronomy, and it's something that has to move out of the old concepts of coffee just for the energy or for the morning beverage, no? And the person that wants to work for a place like Dita is very similar to the person that wants to work for a Michelin-starred restaurant. And another part is the type of client. In a way, the client that goes to specialty coffee wants excellence. They want to take time to enjoy a beautiful cup of coffee. And it's something that transports them out of their daily life. It's a small 5-minute way to transport yourself into something else. And when we go to a gastronomic restaurant, that's what we want. We want the experience, we want the food, but we want to get ourselves out of our daily lives.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. And I would just add that, an approach, because you used the word approach, Giannis, in any kind of Michelin environment is excellence. And the standard is very high. So whether it's, how you do your work or the final product that you offer to your consumer, it needs to be premium and there needs to be excellence across the board. And so it's very important that as a leader, you set that standard and you help people kind of achieve it. And I think for Dita, what we've tried to do is, if we're going to kind of play off of the 3-star system, if I'm not mistaken, 1 star initially when the guide was made by the Michelin brothers to sell more tires was they gave maps to people and they said, okay, go use your new automobiles and your tires and use these maps and go try these restaurants. And if it has 1 star, it's worth the stop. So go there if it has 1 star. If it has 2 stars, it's worth the detour. So if you're going from point A to point B, stop at this 2-star because it's worth the extra time. And if it has 3 stars, it means it's worth the destination. And so it doesn't matter if you're going from A to B, you should just go there and eat there. And I think for Dita, if we're going to talk about coffee, we hope we're a 3-star and a destination for people to come to.
Perfect. I really love that analogy, because it talks about the experience at the end of the day. It's all about experiences and what the hospitality that it's offered, because no matter if it's like the best food in the world and the best coffee of the world, it needs to be presented in a way that people are felt welcome and they enjoy the whole experience. And I think this is really important when you talk about your teams. Having said that, I will first go to the people aspect, because I think this is important. And I think this is something that we need to look at. It's the team. And then I will go to the investors, and finally I will go to the operations. But when it comes to the team, there is a question here, Alex. It says, in your experience, what would be your top 3 important ways, methods to keep your team engaged, which in turn could reduce your staff turnover? So both of you have worked in environments that you are managing teams. And teams is all about people. So how do you approach that?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the first thing that needs to be done is you need to have open communication with your team. And so you need to check in, but you need to also have an environment so that people feel comfortable talking about their experience, both good and bad. Because if I don't know what's bothering you, then I can't fix it and help retain you and make sure that you're happy doing what you're doing. So I try to touch base with team members as much as possible. I spend my working day bouncing from cafe to cafe, talking with folks. And I always say, look, I have an open door policy. I know Francesco, Patrick do as well. So please come express and tell us what your experience is like so that we can try to, either keep it the same because you're really happy, or we can change it if it needs to be adjusted, or maybe it turns out you're interested in roasting and so you want to do that. Okay, well, I didn't know that before, but let's make a plan to get you to help roasting. So I would say communication's fundamental. Another thing that we make sure to do is we try to have some good kind of teamwork exercises. And so we get people together to meet on a regular basis and try to help build morale, and also just make things a little bit fun, because it's not always just work, work, work. So we want to create a good, attractive culture, and we want people to be proud to wear one of these t-shirts and come to work every day. And so I think those are kind of two things that we try to do to retain good talent and attract talent.
Jimena, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. Definitely a part of what Alex is saying, which is communication is key. I do think that the business itself and the identity of the business itself has to, I always try to compare these team quality situations to like El Barça, from the Football Club Barcelona, that people like love to be a part of El Barça, that they love El Barça. And I think that we need to instill that same love in the team. People have to be proud of what they're doing, proud of where they are working. And as Alex said, we have to give people opportunities to learn more things, to grow, feel that they're going to grow as well. And I always use a lot like the social media platform, let's say, to introduce different people from the team and into the work that they are doing. And I love to, when the press comes over or types of situations like that, I always try to give the team like a lot of like a platform for them to be seen as well. Sometimes when we have a founder, it's very easy to always be on the cover of everything, in the picture of everything, and we don't give that importance to the team. And in the end, to me, like, the team is everything. So I always like to give them that push, and it's nice for you as part of a team to see yourself as well, and feel proud of what you're doing. So that's what I do.
Yeah, and I guess Francesco has been really good in promoting the teams and the people that have been working from Dita since day one. Like, he's been exceptional on promoting a team and a spirit there.
Yeah.
So moving from
Definitely.
people, I'll go to you first, Jimena, on the investment side. And there is a question here that says, what tools does Dita use to track the business in order to facilitate all of that regular communications with investors? And then Alex, you can jump in here as well.
Well, since the beginning, there's always been the yearly investors meeting. Usually, it was in a real meeting, not like today that everything is online. It was a real meeting. We would meet all of us together in Firenze, and we would spend time together. We would go to the coffee shops. We would have dinner, enjoy as well as a team, as an investor team. And we would see the space and what was going on. As Alex entered the team as well, we started having these quarterly calls, and we kept as well the investors meeting yearly. and as a new tool, we can connect in an online way to that meeting as well, which before we could not. Most investors live in different parts of the world, so it's very difficult to have this happen. And now that there are more investors, it's even more difficult. So in our case, that's this communication tool has been very, very, very good to keep us posted on new events.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to really add. I mean, I can't wait till it's easier to travel and then everybody can come back, because I haven't even met all of our investors in person. So I think that's actually really important if we could do an annual in-person meeting, because it also gives the folks that have invested an opportunity to really have an experience at DITA and give real feedback, positive or negative. I think we look forward to hopefully doing that soon. In terms of other tools, I mean, we use technology, like I said, so I try to give access to the investors to anything that they want to dive into. My goal in sending those kind of quarterly decks out is, if there's a slide that piques your interest and you want to go deeper on it, let me know, and I can probably share more information about it, whether it's finance or real estate or marketing or social media. So I think it's just having the open door policy, and hopefully if there's a question to go into more detail, I have something to share. Yeah, that's kind of where we are on the investor front, Giannis.
So for me, it's really interesting because you're actually dealing with a coffee shop that is about to grow as a chain with multiple locations, but also you're dealing with problems like a big company, like you're bringing someone who is an expert on running operations, but also navigating the investors. And I've been hearing Jimena talking about investors being all over the world, like on a big organization, and trying to give reports and try to keep that rapport with investors, where you actually see those maybe on fintech companies that they are trying to go ahead and do an IPO, or they are gathering funding. But it's really interesting to understand that you're running the business like literally a high-tech business these days, which is really, for me, a key takeaway of how you can actually think about a very traditional business like a coffee shop and hospitality in that modern context, which is, I think it's super useful. So having gone into this, I would like to go a bit more into operations. And you were talking about, Alex, about real estate and stuff like that. And there are two questions here that I would like to combine. And the question starts, and Jimena, you can always jump in this because you share the same background. Like, what are the considerations needed when picking a good location for a coffee shop? Like, you're expanding and you're picking up locations. Like, what are the criteria there? And then the second question that I have here, and I would like to combine it, is what are the first steps, moves that you take as a team before a new store is about to open?
Great questions. So first of all, I would say the goal is always to open a store that stays open. You don't want to open a store that you might have to close in 3 or 5 or 6 years. So it's very important to understand what your sweet spot is. And what I mean by sweet spot is, maybe you have a cafe that you started that's doing really well, and you need to assess what makes it successful. So usually the size is a big one. So making sure it's not too small but not too big. The flow, like the checkout flow and the way the customer moves through the process of ordering and paying for the coffee, as well as the kind of most important things that make you who you are. So for DITA, for example, we really value natural light. And so for us, it's really important to try to get corner locations that are bright and open, where we have lots of windows, because we associate coffee with light, morning, afternoon. So I think once you get the kind of bullet point list down of what makes you, or if it's going to be your first location, what your ideal place would be, then you're at already a better starting point to actually assess locations. And so the framework we created Some of that stuff's going to be a little bit more subjective, right? Like the lighting, but the square meters won't be. So how big is it? What's the price per square meter? How would you evaluate the neighborhood? How would you evaluate the foot traffic? You should probably go there at least for a week and just sit across the street and see how many people walk by, at what time of day people are walking by. Another thing that we like to look for is what we call the rent revenue ratio. So we try to forecast how much revenue we think we could generate at that location. And then we want to say, okay, we don't want to pay, we want to try to pay between 5 and 10% of that in rent. So 5 is better than 10, 6, 7 we can talk about. Obviously, Florence is not a cheap city, but like as long as we know the rent and we have a good idea of what we think we can generate, obviously with seasonal fluctuations, we can start to have a really good understanding of where we might be able to open a successful cafe. Another important thing, which may seem obvious, is how close you are to your other units. So on the one hand, it's good to be close because it makes it easy. If staff need a cover, they can easily switch. If somebody needs to bring something from one cafe to another, it's not hard. But you don't want to be too close that you're cannibalizing your own business. And so along that point, knowing the competitive landscape, knowing how many coffee shops are in that area, how many serve food, what's the pastry offering like, is it more tourist centric, is it more local centric? These are all like real minutia that you need to unpack, and you need to explain to the team that's going to be evaluating this, hey, these are really the things you're going to have to look out for, because these are going to make the difference between opening a successful unit versus one that might not be successful.
That's true, Alex. I think definitely this is one of the most important points when you create a business. You have to take your time. A lot of people feel that this is not as important, and they take a lot of time into creating maybe the branding and the image, which is super important. But if you're going to have, nowadays there's a lot of online businesses as well where you don't need to have a location. And it's also interesting. And sometimes you have to think about who you are and who you want to be. And if it's even necessary to have a brick and mortar location. But if you do want to have a brick and mortar, you need to really take your time. Something that is interesting is to start, as you said, walking around the city, see the type of client. If this person is the type of client that you think would pay for your offering. And but most importantly, I think as you said, the workflow is super important to think about, and something that not a lot of people think about. Sometimes they see something that's beautiful and amazing, but you need to see which is the laws and how the law plays out and how you can develop the locale. Because in our cities, especially Barcelona, Firenze, and similar cities, have a lot of laws that are very small and hidden. And then you get the locale, everything is perfect, and it ends up being a problem because you don't have an exit, a fire escape exit that is between this and these meters. So there's a lot of issues that you have to check, and that's very important to know what the law is in your city and how you can play with that law in that locale.
Yeah, I think that captures really well like what to consider. But I would like to ask the following, and that goes to you, Jimena. Like, you have like really operated restaurants and run businesses, but you're also now an investor. So what is the right time from opening your first outlet that someone needs to consider that operations is something we're pursuing or not? Like you talked about bringing in Alex, for example, or how you are thinking about the operations of the store. So what is the right moment there?
I think that the right moment is when the operations of the business now are starting to get out of your hands. The business has grown, and the amount of operations that happen in a daily basis, you can't do everything, as Alex said, and it's something that happens to me as well. I just can't do everything in the business, And sometimes when that point comes that you know that you're ready to grow, that the numbers are with you, that you are making money, and that you are feeling that your business is about to give that jump, but it's out of your hands anymore, that you're not able to be in all those different places. That's the time when you need to bring someone in to help you and to organize and to push the operations forward. There's many ways to bring someone in. Sometimes you need to bring someone in house like Alex, because the size of the operations needed that. But now there are a lot of consulting businesses that you can also use. And with the technology, for example, I myself in Atelier, we have a drive. We share a lot of our information with these people, the consulting businesses that help me control the business, L'Atelier. So there's a lot of ways that we can use the technology. And we need to be honest with ourselves and to know when we are ready to make that jump.
Thank you. I think that's important. So, Alex, the last question for you, and then I have one more from Jimena about dark kitchens. So, when you open a new location, we have a question here. It says, our attendee says, I'm pretty sure all of the standards and routines are in place, but do you add something new to make the new place unique, but still recognized as your brand?
That's a good question. So first of all, we try to create a playbook so that when we open a new location, we can just go through it, line item by line item and say, okay, here's the checklist. Do we have these things accounted for? Because at the end of the day, they're going to have a pastry case. They're going to have an espresso machine that might have a kitchen. So like those are kind of the bare bones that make Dita or a coffee shop a coffee shop. We have a very kind of interesting approach to our branding. And what I would say is our DNA is very subtle. It's in the detail. And so part of our mission statement is about bringing, contemporary innovation to like Italian tradition. And I think when you walk into a Dita, you hopefully feel that. We've been very fortunate to partner with architects that specialize in taking very old buildings and adding kind of modern elements to it. And so those details are subtle. It could be as subtle as a door handle or like the lettering on the door. So we maintain, those things. When it comes to a new location and something that makes it unique, I mean, every location is going to be different. We're not Starbucks or McDonald's, so it's going to be a different space. And the kind of question I would ask myself and the team is, how can we make this unique? How can we make this Dita? What can we extract from this existing space to make this the Carducci location versus the Sprone location or the Neri location? And so in our case, in Carducci, it's a former monastery. It's a convent from the 14th century. So all of a sudden, that's its own thing. It's got a cloister that the other locations don't have. So I think a lot of it will actually be based on kind of the existing structure, and then it's a matter of how you kind of live into it, how you grow into it. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it makes complete sense. You have also to understand where you are and what kind of abilities the location gives you. So last question for you, Jimena, and that's mostly not, I think, for European audiences, for the US audience. In the US, recently, like the dark kitchens exploded during the pandemic because delivery was something that was not very strong in the US, but it exploded, and takeaways during the pandemic. Do you think it's an opportunity for coffee shops, especially in the US, that they close early, like 6, 7 o'clock, to use that, I would say, that asset that they have and utilize it for a dark kitchen or other kind of, I would say, businesses?
Well, I think that nowadays, for example, in the case of Dita, after hours, we become a gin bar. So we expand the working hours to very early in the morning to very late at night. when you are paying rent and you're already paying for utilities, you need to make the best out of this investment, right? So we do need to find ways that we can use our space for longer hours. Then also something to take into account is that usually these kitchen places, you see a lot of people come in and come out, and they use a lot your materials and your machinery in an intensive way. So you also have to be careful, because sometimes it's the money that you're making is worse compared to how your space is being treated. More than renting your own space, I think it's interesting the way that you can use dark kitchens that are already made for that to make up productions for in-house productions that you could never do it in your own space, because you don't have the space, you don't have the machinery, and it's very interesting how you could grow or create a cart, especially in pastry. You know that is something that has a long shelf life, and it can be frozen and it can be fermented or cooked afterwards. It could be interesting to use these systems, but it's something to think about. You know, it has to be well thought about, especially if you have the client for it, then it's no problem. But there's need to be a lot of rules and a lot of agreements to make sure that they're going to take care of your space just as you would, you know.
So thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank both of you. Like, it was a great session. I know we have more questions to answer, but we are at the top of the hour, and I would have to close this session. So thank you all so much. There will be a discussion tomorrow with George Lucas from Warehouse about extended hours, a coffee shop that operates from 5 in the morning until 2 at night. So thank you, thank you, thank you. That wraps up the second session. We will be back with the third session after a short half an hour break with some videos from our sponsors, including our title sponsor, BWT Water and More. Grab a coffee and join our discussions in the chat in the meantime. Thank you all so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
Yannis. Thanks,
Thank you, everyone.
Jimena.
Bye.
Have a good summit. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us for this session of the Coffee Retail Summit. I'm Elizabeth Odeshola, Chief People Officer for the SCA. This talk is entitled Don't Be Afraid of Change, Designing Coffee Business Success. Panos Konstantinopoulos is here to talk about Coffee Island, a specialty coffee chain that began in Greece and now has over 470 stores in 5 countries. Panos' background is in civil engineering, which brought him to design a shop for Coffee Island, and that's where his love for coffee began. Today, he holds the title of Managing Director for Coffee Island, the head of the R&D and the network operation departments. Panos' responsibilities include the training and operation of the 470 coffee shops of the Coffee Island network, as well as the selection of the all the specialty coffees that Coffee Island roasts, which was over 1,800 tons in 2019. We also know Panos has a Q grader and AST, as well as an SCA education creator. I would really like to welcome Panos to this call. Hi, Panos.
Hello, Elizabeth. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, so good evening to all and welcome back, hopefully with fresh brewed coffee. And thank you for the invitation to present at the SCA Retail Summit. Let me see how the slides come up. We're ready. Now, please forgive me if I am a bit heavy, but I have been vaccinated for against COVID in the past few days, and I feel a bit dizzy, like drunk, but I can assure you I'm not drunk. So today, I intend to share my experience working in the coffee business for the past 10 years or so, and hopefully I will be able to explain how we at Coffee Island managed to design our success. So I was intending to start with a quick introduction of myself and Coffee Island, but since Elizabeth said everything, there's no actual need to introduce myself. And I can skip that and move to the introduction of Coffee Island. So Coffee Island opened the first store in Patras, where I'm currently presenting from, in Greece, in 1999. And it currently sits 7th in Europe in 2020 in terms of growth and number of stores. Coffee Island has achieved a number of awards, including Best Coffee Chain at Southern Europe in 2016, 2018, and 2019. Here is a quick look at the allocation of our shops around the world. Now, there is a logic and a plan behind the places that we are already placed, but this can be the subject of another summit or another presentation, which will be the plan of expansion and how we think about it. And by the time that we do this presentation, probably we will know if this design was successful or not. Coffee Island has a development starting in 1999 with almost 20 shops at the time, I think. And we reached 2020 with 2021 with less than 500, almost 500 stores. Now let's explore how we designed our business and why we did it that way. Before I start, I want to say that something that was always in our minds when designing Coffee Island was this statement by the famous Irish poet and playwright, Oscar Wilde, which is be yourself because everyone else is already taken. So if you pair this with Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way, I think this is the core of what we did and how we planned to do it. Now, back in 1999, Coffee Island started with a few shops, and Coffee Island was not a successful business back then. So in 2010, Coffee Island decided to change the route, and it hired our current CEO, who accidentally is also my brother. And Kostas decided to build a new team of people to design this business. So in 2011, 4 engineers and friends with Konstantinos at the wheel, who either didn't drink coffee at all or drank very bad coffee, entered the coffee business with Coffee Island and a small network of coffee grinders. So the company was creating debt, but the shops were managing to survive somehow. Our first question was, what is coffee? We had no idea. So we had to learn a few things about coffee. And what we found out quite soon is that coffee is a great product, an amazing product, with huge consumption all over the world. But most certifications about coffee concern the farms and not the actual product, coffee itself. Most of the coffee that was moved from the farms to the roasters came into big bags that had a lot of things to say on the bag, but that could be easily printed by anyone and could be easily opened by anyone. So we never knew what kind of coffee and what type of coffee we actually buy. We knew only what the jute bag said in front of it. And that the roasted coffees that were sold around the world had some packages with a label that stated a lot of things like variety and origin and estate and farmers and so on. But you never knew what actually is inside this bag. Plus, there was a huge number of coffee selling points with big hygiene problems and equipment maintenance issues. And that's what we saw when we first started dealing with coffee. And wherever we traveled and we stopped in coffee shops and asked questions, the why, the answer that we usually got was, that's how we do it here. So when we asked, why do you reuse your milk? The answer was, that's how we do it here. And for us as engineers, the answer, that's how we do it here, is not an answer. So all these things resulted in a big waste of money thrown away by roasters, but also by consumers, buying a product that had no actual value. It resulted in black liquid mixed with a lot of sugar and milk. And of course, many visits to the loo by the hygienic problems that were carried from the machines to the beverage. And we thought that we should change some of that, or that we cannot work in this situation. So as engineers, all of us, we decided to make a plan, a first design. And this is how easy and simple our first plan was. A group of engineers, no relation with coffee, many intermediates for the coffee to come to our door and very hard to control. So what we needed to do was to learn, understand, and design how we wanted our business to work. So that soon brought us to the first design phase, which was put in paper what we want to do. And what we wanted to do was to find people to work for us, the right people to work with us, to find an education program for us to learn things and for us to train our people. And that came later on with SCAE. Find ways to grade quality, find some ways to trade directly with farmers, being able to control the freshness of the coffee and the actual coffee that came to us, work with some certifications and bring some science to what we will do, some science in roasting, in packaging, in storing, and training. And those were our first decisions to what we wanted to do. But we had no idea how to do all of these. We just wanted to do them. And the only thing that we knew back then was how we will find the right people. So we knew exactly what we wanted to do with people. We wanted to hire the best characters around, the best people around, and let them learn the coffee with us at the same journey. So they will be growing themselves professionally and as humans, and learn the business at the same time. Now, in 2012, we had our first encounter with an advertisement regarding the world of coffee in Nice. At the time, we didn't know what SCAE was. We didn't know what World of Coffee was. We didn't know that there is a huge exhibition happening in Europe. And we planned in 2013 to visit Nice and see what this is about. And I can certainly say that when we visited Nice, and for us, this first show, we found that there is an amazing education program run by SCAE, that there are people in professionals who actually love coffee and work with coffee, and they know how to grade coffee. There are a number of methods to grade coffee. There are cupping protocols to evaluate quality, but also to evaluate an espresso or any beverage. And for us, this first exhibition in Nice was kind of revelation. We understood that we didn't have to invent the wheel, but people had done this before us, for us. And I can say that this is maybe the most crucial event that we ever followed. Now, later on, we encountered CQI. We discovered CQI, and we saw that there are a great system of protocols, training, standards for the entire value chain of coffee. And of course, the Q grading program, which is an international coffee evaluating protocol for professionals to be able to speak the same language wherever they are based and whatever kind of coffee they are tasting. So we were getting solutions slowly, but there were things that we could do, and we didn't have to find our way to do them. Then sometime later on, we with a touch of luck, we met our first set of farmers, group of farmers, the Peralta brothers in Nicaragua. And we understood that coffee farmers are not as we imagine them, people that don't know what they do. We understood that they know what they're doing, and they have passion for what they're doing, and they can grow amazing, tasty coffees. So that's how we began our direct trade program. Gradually, we started setting that up. We also made a logo for that. And we wanted to have a mutual beneficial direct trade program for us and the farmers. So we started meeting the farmers, doing experiments with them, invest in capital and in people, both in our company and in the farm, equipment, infrastructure, inputs for the farm, knowledge, and of course, sustainability. This whole journey led us to create our own training program, which we called the Coffee Campus. This is the logos of the Coffee Island Coffee Campus as they are now, but they didn't start like this back in 2013. And we created a system, actually, instead of a training program, in order to be able to produce a quality beverage in-store, guide customers to buy what they actually like and what they actually want, and guide consumers to brew a tasty coffee at home. Our training program was based on the SCAE, at the time, Coffee Skills Program, but it was more extended. And it included also technical training, because we decided that we need to have our own technical department, which will be able to maintenance our equipment and do water analysis and cappings that start from our laboratory and be consistent from the laboratory to what the consumer will taste at the store. Now, what we actually did with all this, gradually but very dedicated into what we wanted to do, was that with the realization of all the above, we were able to establish some or a lot of control in all the stages of the coffee journey. So we created our taste identity. As we said, Oscar said, be yourself, everybody else is taken. So we wanted to be ourselves and create our taste identity and be consistent to our values. Now, after this stage of design and after we had started doing things, we had to decide which will be our positioning. So which will be the brand identity. Why should people come and buy coffee from us? And what do we have to offer to customers? And we started again by observation. We went out, we traveled a lot, we saw what there is in Greece and in the countries close to Greece. And by observing the market, we noticed that there is actually a number of specialty coffee shops that we didn't know before, with fantastic coffee quality, with amazing offerings, but they were all very expensive. The coffee was not available to everyone, so these coffee shops were situated in big cities and in specific neighborhoods where people could appreciate or pay more. So there was a low accessibility. And we also noticed that the operation cost of these shops was very, very high. And this also led to very high prices. We observed and we wanted to be sure about what our conclusions are. So we also conducted some surveys with some companies. And we also bought some surveys from SCA and NCA and other organizations dealing with coffee and retail trends, where we analyzed consumer needs. And we saw that there was a big change at the time from consumer to transhumer. Transhumer is a mixed word coming from the words transit and consumer, which meant that there was a huge trend of people who actually consume products while on the move. Takeaway coffee was not very, people in Greece didn't actually know what takeaway coffee is. So there was a big gap there. We also noticed from the surveys that there is a need for convenience, that consumers want to find the same coffee wherever they are. And since they're moving, this was very important. So we decided that we need to set up a network in every city and every village in Greece. We saw that there is a huge need for quality products. People want to spend money in things that deserve the money. And our focus in specialty was on the right way. And of course, we saw that there is a price sensitivity in all products all around the world. So we thought that what we will do should be affordable by all. Now, at the same time, we found that coffee has 3 dimensions, and we wanted to be relevant in all 3 dimensions. So there is the practical dimension of coffee, which is the wake-up call. So we need caffeine to wake up. Then there is the emotional dimension of coffee, which is the enjoyment, have fun, spend time, taste something beautiful. And also the social dimension of coffee, which is to socialize, have a coffee, talk with friends, have some good time with others. So we wanted to be relevant in all these 3 dimensions. And from all the above, it was easy for us to understand and design what our position will be. And our position was pictured in this diagram. So on the vertical axis, we said that we will have the network strength, so poor network or strong network. And on the horizontal axis, we will have the quality of the coffee, starting from commodity coffee and going to coffee excellence. And we wanted to place Coffee Island at the top right window, which will be strong network, convenient network, with coffee excellence, so specialty takeaway. We call this democratizing specialty coffee. because that's how it felt for us. It felt like we should bring quality coffee to the consumers all over the world. All over the world is too much, but all over Greece at the beginning at a fair price. So everyone at our beginning said it's very hard, and this is why no one has done it before. But whenever we hear the word it's impossible or it's very hard, we spot an opportunity. And I can say, as an example, water filtration. When we started the Coffee Island, when we started in Coffee Island, we know from numbers that only 15% of the coffee shops in Greece used to filtrate their water for coffee. And people thought that it is very expensive, and at the same time, it's very difficult because in Greek islands, you have water coming from the sea, and it's very salty, and it has a lot of TDS, and it's very difficult and expensive to change that. But we saw an opportunity there. And we said, if we manage bringing some science and technical knowledge to explain to our coffee shop owners what the benefit is by paying an amount of money to have the same quality of water everywhere, then we will be successful, at least into that. And actually, I can say that now in Greece, this 15% of shops has changed to 90% of shops. So in 2021, we have 90% of coffee shops having some type of water filtration in their shops. Now, I spoke about values before, and we consider here in the company that having your values always at the top is very important. So we also had to specify our values and the core frame of our values. And we wrote down a few things so that everyone can understand and connect with it. So our core value frame is honesty, integrity, collectiveness, and passion. And if you connect all these together, then you have democratizing quality, which actually is what our position wanted to be. We wanted to democratize specialty coffee. And if you change the specialty coffee, which is a product, with quality, which is a value, then your position can also be one of your values, and as we call it, your brand's essence. So this brand essence, the democratizing quality, also became very high in our things that we always need to have in our mind. Now, the question is, we did all that at the early beginnings of Coffee Island, but was that working? Because we said we started with a company in debt that was not successful at all, and it was about to close. And we sat down, we did some designs, we put some science into that, and we needed to see, is something changing? Actually, only with what I've said up to now, there were a lot of things changing. And I can certainly say that we had a very tasty coffee. We have very happy customers. We had ecstatic franchisees making money. And we had very proud baristas. So it was working. And to prove what I'm saying, in 2012 and in 2013, the first years of our design and the implementation of our design, Coffee Island was awarded the Fast Growth Franchisee Award from the Greek Franchisee Association. So Coffee Island was the company in franchise, not in coffee franchise, but in general franchise, with the highest rate of growth for 2 consecutive years. And was this enough? Some people said that it was enough and that we could actually stop and think for a while and rest. But having this logo when we started, that you can see on your left, and having this branding in the shops and in our cups, it was obvious that there is no strong branding. And it is obvious that, from what I've said before, we never dealt with branding up to now. And we strongly believe that the brand should first build the base of what it's going to do, and then brand what they're doing. So we thought that the base is set, and now it's time for Coffee Island to design branding and customer experience. But the whole thing was growing like crazy, and everybody said, don't do it now. Even the owner didn't want to do it at the time. Everybody said that we shouldn't stop our growth. We should first get more shops in and reach a limit that then we could do branding. People said, don't change the team when the team is winning. We were very afraid of change. We thought that we shouldn't do that. But in our hearts and our instinct said that we need to do that. And although we were afraid, we decided to go on and do a survey. With the survey, we thought that we would be able to convince everyone around, even the owner, that a new branding was necessary for Coffee Island. The outcome of the survey was that 1 out of 5 consumers of Coffee Island had a neutral or negative opinion about the branding of Coffee Island. So 1 out of 5 is not a huge number. It's not a small number as well, but it's not a huge number if you consider that this is neutral or negative. So a neutral opinion is also in. And we didn't have a clear winner. We were not able to persuade the owner with that. Nevertheless, we decided to move with a new branding that we thought was very close to the values and the position that we had already decided. And we proceeded with a total rebranding that looked like this. So we went from this to that. I think there's no need to say much about the change. It was something that was very needed. But what I can say to prove that change is not something that we must always be afraid of, is some numbers, some KPIs that we measured after finishing the rebranding in 2014. So in 1 year after the rebranding, we managed to raise the top of mind brand awareness by 19%, raise the total turnover per coffee shops by 22.5%, raise the home barista turnover per coffee shop. And the home barista turnover is very important because in Greece, nobody knew what kind of home barista equipment exists in the world, and nobody knew what to do with them. But suddenly, just because of the change of the brand and the promise of the brand, people started buying gadgets that they didn't know how to use. So it raised the turnover for the home barista section by 60%. And it helped us expand our network by 42%. So we can definitely say that this was a good call. And what about customer experience? I haven't said anything about customer experience yet, and that's because it took us some time to understand customer experience and start designing customer experience. Mostly because we were stuck at the beginning to what people said, that customer is always right, and you need just to fulfill the customer needs, and that's all. But when we sat down and started designing customer experience for our shops, there was a slow change from customer from having the customer in the center of the experience to having the human in the center of experience. And it was very important for us to take this into consideration. And again, we went to study and understand what the global survey says. And we saw that Walker and MRB had conducted a global survey which actually validated that we're shifting from customer centricity to human centricity in companies. And this is one slide from this survey that I think was very important for us, which says that if a customer wants to buy two products that are identical, what is most important for the decision that they will take? And 61% of them answered that it's the total experience that they will take. It's not the product itself. So the customer does not react as a customer, but he reacts as a human. And then we read a book by Philip Kotler called Marketing 3, where in this book, Philip Kotler states that a good company offers excellent products and services. A great company also offers excellent products and services, but also strives to make the world a better place. Philip has already published Marketing number 4, which talks about digital era. But at the time, for us, this was very important because we understood that there is a big shift, and we cannot do things as people do it before. And we needed to redefine customer experience for us. And we said that how do we define customer experience? And we said customer experience has to do with how our customers feel and connect with the brand, how much enthusiasm they talk about it, and whether they recommend it or not. Customer service is part of the customer experience. Customer service is mostly targeted to the customer and to service the customer. But customer experience is much broader since it has to do with how the company operates as a whole and not only at the time of the sale. So again, we try to understand from numbers and from surveys why customer experience is important. And we saw that loyal customers will repurchase, they're likely to forgive, they're likely to try a new offering and to refer. 74 of the brands could disappear without being missed by consumers if they're not connected with the consumers. 50% of consumers are likely to switch brands if a company doesn't anticipate their needs. And 80% of executives feel they offer great experiences, and only 8% of customers think the same. So we understood that there is a great importance in customer experience and how you set up the customer experience. And may I remind you that customer experience in Coffee Island was and is something that the customer has to take without even entering the shop, because we are offering specialty takeaway coffee, which means that the customer may be served on the street from the window. So customer experience will have a structure. And since we were focused on specialty takeaway coffee, there was a problem for us that we had to solve. How we will create customer experience without actually being in touch with the customer. And we solved that by deciding to embed customer experience in the brand's DNA generally. So it doesn't matter how much time the customer spends with you. It doesn't matter how long and what kind of conversation you can have with him. What matters is everything you do to do it with the customer experience strategy. And you link your business with your customer experience strategy. And this in all of your touch points, like in the shop, in the site, in the delivery service, in the customer service when somebody calls for something that went wrong, in your application, in your CSR, in whatever you do. And of course, Simon Sinek has said better than I can say it, customers will never love a company until the employees love it first. So customer experience begins from the inside, begins from the company, from yourself, and then if it becomes part of your strategy, part of the way that you do business, it takes its own life. Now, to sum up, let's see in a small, let's see in a slide how Coffee Island put all the previous in practice. What was the final Coffee Island's offer after all this design? And we can see here in a benefit, in a functional benefit analysis that we did, that the brand's truth has to relate with the benefit, with the consumer's benefit. And the brand's offer is the brand's truth, being consistent to the values and to the essence of the brand. So moving from the product to the experience, we can say that the direct trade program that we deployed, our coffee expertise, our vertical structure, and the wide product range actually gives the benefit to the consumers of a guaranteed enjoyment. Our big store network, our delivery service, quality food offerings, our digital platforms, and the value for money that we applied in our products gives to the consumers accessibility and the opportunity to have an accessible everyday habit. Our international development, a company with young people dedicated to excellence, international recognition of our know-how and leading position, gave to the consumer pride. Our trained associates and baristi, our coffee grindery, selection of fresh roasted coffee, transfer of coffee experience at home, benefited the consumers in terms of experience and ritual. And of course, our coffee campus, our store and product range, the diversification, our personalization, and our new and innovative products gave to the consumers the benefit of pampering. So that's how we managed to put all this together and validate at the end that we are actually giving to the consumer slash human what we had in mind and what we wanted, what we designed and we wanted to offer. And in a life of in a life which is full of micro moments, as Google defines them, consumer behavior has changed forever. Today's battle for hearts, minds, and dollars is won or lost in micro moments, intent-driven moments of decision-making and preference shaping that occur throughout the entire consumer journey. So in this life, which is full of that type of micro moments, evolving from everyday coffee experience to everyday quality coffee shots, and finally everyday live shots is what Coffee Island designed and serves up to now. So we started with democratize specialty coffee, and working on that, we ended up today with Coffee Island offers to the people everyday live shots. Now, before I finish this presentation, I was asked to say a few things about the COVID era and how we operate during this time, and how we managed to keep all our coffee shops open and I can't say profitable, but able to survive during the strict lockdowns that we had in Greece. And I will share some of the things that we did and some of the changes that we did very fast in the company. So first of all, let me say that we were lucky because our setup is for takeaway coffee, which means that we are already in the position to serve people without entering the shop. So this was something that we never intentionally designed for a pandemic era, but it helped us go through these COVID times. And what we had to do is start with that we already had, and adapt to the new social situation fast. Now you will excuse me because some of the slides will be in Greek because I don't have them in English, and I wanted to bring the exact posters as we had them at the time. So this poster says time to create at home, and it's contactless delivery. So people could actually fast order whatever they wanted from the shop, from the beverage to actual coffee or from the barista corner, and we will deliver it fast and contactless to their houses. We changed our communication strategy. We adapted it to the new reality, where consumption is mostly at home, and the social dimension of the coffee that we mentioned earlier had vanished. Then we saw that people at home needed to consume content. They were scrolling at their mobile phones and their laptops. So we created quizzes and games for people to spend time and also get a present. So we added online delivery tip as well, something that the consumers asked because they didn't want to use the cash. So we had lots of tickets saying that consumers want us to add this online tip, delivery tip that we did. Then we changed our operation in order to be able to ship our coffees everywhere in Greece, even at places that we didn't have shops, because the previous delivery service that I mentioned was from every shop in every place. But this courier system was from our warehouses. We added a skip the line feature in our application, so you could order your coffee while driving to the shop, and your coffee was made by the time you come to the shop, and from a specific place at the stop, you could take your coffee without queuing up and without having to pay with actual cash. We created another extension to the application, which is called Coffee Mates. You can see the logo at the bottom of this slide. Coffee Mates was an idea that we have since the social distancing was appearing and people could not meet with their friends. We thought that we should bring an everyday shot of life, an everyday life shot by giving the ability to people to send a gift to their friends. So you could log into the application and send a gift to any friend of yours everywhere in Greece, just with paying 170 and sending a nice Freddo espresso drink. And this was something that worked huge for us. It didn't make money. It didn't have to make money, but it kept people close, and it gave those live sets that we were talking about. We adapted to the changes in-store as well. So we had to secure the health and safety, but mostly the health of our consumers and our employees. So we used the disinfection, gloves and masks, air renewal and distances, product safety, information and marketing inside the store. This is the type of marketing that we used inside the store. We tried to have them to be happy and create some joy, although they communicate the need of something that is not very joyful. And also, all the previous led us to a huge program of certification of all our stores in Greece. So we ran a program where TÜV Austria awarded a COVID Shield certification to all the stores in Greece. It took us 5 days to prepare for the audits. TÜV Austria audited more than 50% of our shops, and they are still auditing our shops, giving us procedures and ways to be able to secure the health of the customer, and at the same time offering the value and the experience for the customer who felt that the brand is doing something for the benefit of his and the baristas. And with this slide, we come to the end. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, I don't know if you're saying something, but I cannot hear you.
Hello. Hi, Panos. Are you able to hear me?
There you
Are you
are.
here? I was trying to figure it out. Apologies. I was saying, Panos, thank you so much. I've learned so much about Coffee Island and coffee in Greece. I will definitely be visiting Coffee Island once I'm next in Greece. I'm highly inspired by your core value frame, what you call your brand essence, which represents integrity, honesty, collectiveness, and confidence. With these core values, I am confident Coffee Island will remain highly successful. So, for those of you in the audience, we welcome questions in the chat box on the side of the screen. And Panos, I've got some questions for you today. So, to start with, as a specialty coffee business owner, what are your top 3 priorities?
Our top 3 priorities do not come from the fact that we own a specialty coffee business. Our top 3 priorities come from the fact that we work in a business environment and we serve people. So having the humans in the center and not the customers anymore, as I said before, our priorities derive from making the humans happy. And they all come to the fact that we want to bring everyday life shots to people. And by life shots, we include happiness, convenient, fair price, nice taste, joy.
I love those, especially the nice taste and the joy. Anywhere that's joyful would always be successful. So, has the business grown and you learn more about your consumers? Has anything surprised you, or an idea that you had that was more successful than you expected, or that was significantly less successful?
Of course, during those 10 years that we work with Coffee Island and we try to make our business successful, we have witnessed many failures and many successes. Most failures, I would say, than successes. And when you design something and it doesn't work, or when you design something and it works better than you designed it, you always are amazed. I can say that one of our biggest failure at the beginning was when we opened our first shop in London, which was also our first shop in Europe, outside Greece and Cyprus, where we thought that everything that we have designed and everything that is working in Greece and Cyprus is very well made, and we are perfect in designing success. We started a coffee shop in London, and everything was collapsing. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. And we spent lots of money. It was the greatest lesson that we had, and also the most expensive lesson that we had. Because as you can imagine, a coffee shop in London is a very expensive thing to do, and especially in the center of London, in Covent Garden. But again, by going through a design phase for a different market, having different factors, helped us get through that as well. So now we have a successful business in London as well, because we understood that there is no one solution fits all. Now, in terms of product, we have introduced products that we thought that will go great, like the Nitro cold brew in Greece, and they didn't go great because the Greek customer is not used to that, and it needs time, it needs change. I don't know what it needs, but we are still trying to bring it to life. And there are other products like, I can say, the herbal teas, which is instant teas made from tea extracts, which is natural and no sugar and amazing. That we thought that in Greece, tea, we don't drink a lot of tea, that it will be just another addition to our product range, and it is going like crazy, which we never thought about.
Well, tea is a great thing for a lot of people, especially your listening. So I can imagine the Greek culture taking that, embracing that. We'd like to ask, what is the best way for independent coffee shops to be able to gain consumers who can afford high-valued coffees, such as Jamaica, Panama, Hawaii?
That's a difficult question because I haven't worked in a specialty coffee shop, in a independent specialty coffee shop in my life. So I have observed the way they work, but I'm not sure that I understand exactly how they work. For me, I'm not sure if I'm very relevant to the question, but I could say that an expensive coffee like a Kona or a Jamaica Blue Mountain is not always something that people can understand, appreciate, or even like. We have introduced in Greece Pacamara, the Pacamara variety once, and it went like crazy. I mean, we sold out in 3 months, 3 months. And we introduced Blue Mountain once again, and we still have it in the warehouse. Coffee doesn't sell with a name. Coffee sells when it actually tastes close to what the people want. When people can actually appreciate the product and not the price or the status. That's my experience, of course.
Okay, I like that. I like the fact that coffee's doesn't grow and sell with a name, so it's understandable. Okay, our challenge here is that we've opened new branches and expanded our menu. Even though our focus is quality and specialty, we get criticism that we're becoming fast food coffee. How do you deal with that?
Fast food coffee, I don't even know what this means. For me, fast food coffee is only instant coffee. That's my personal view. So for me, fast food coffee is soluble coffee, water, go. And I'm not talking about quality here. I'm just talking about time. Fast food. Now, if fast food is carrying a quality issue, that fast food is not quality, and by fast food coffee we mean not quality coffee, I'm not very keen with the term. I don't accept the term, and our sales prove that. I can certainly say that people appreciate when things are not difficult. People appreciate when things are easy, understandable, tasty, and can serve their cause. So if people want to call it fast food coffee, I really don't care. Call it whatever you want. For me, we sell coffee that it is graded more than 84 in the SCA protocol. So we serve coffees at a grade of 87, 88, 92 sometimes. And we serve it in a plastic or a paper cup. Is this a crime? I don't know. But at the end of the day, people appreciate the try. People appreciate the price. People appreciate that we are bringing from Crete to the other side of Greece and in small villages of 2,000 inhabitants, we are giving them the opportunity to taste Pacamara, to taste Bourbon, to taste all kinds of coffees that exist.
I can imagine, and that's a huge variety. So I love KPIs. This is an audience member. I love KPIs. what advice do you have for coffee companies who don't use them and want to start? And by that, they mean key performance indicators.
That's funny because I hate KPIs. But I understand their use. I understand, I know that they're very useful for companies, even for small companies. I hate KPIs because I'm a person that doesn't work from the office. So KPIs are drowning me in the office. But I understand how useful they are. And we didn't use KPIs from the beginning. We started using KPIs when we did this first rebranding in 2014, because it was the only way to measure and be able to understand if what we did was successful or not. KPIs don't always say the truth, but if you use them as indicators, as the name says, key performance indicators, if you use them as indicators, you can have an idea of where you're going. Now, how did we start? We started with a few KPIs that had a meaning for us, and gradually we add one or two KPIs in the semester. We don't like people running behind numbers. We still believe in observation and instinct. But at the end of the day, you need some performance indicators to understand how you are performing. So if you're a small company, like we were, start with a few of them that people can understand, people can use them, do something with them, meaning that if you get a KPI that it is very good or very bad, you need to do something about it. If you do nothing, then people don't use them. So you need to do something. And if you gradually start doing things, then you will end up with a number of KPIs that are relevant and useful to your company. Elizabeth, you need to unmute.
Apologies.
I can read lips, but I don't know if everyone can do the same. So
one more question. How do you distinguish creating value for your franchises and the end customer? Is the focus purely on the end consumer because the value flows directly to the franchise, or do you specify things that benefit the franchise? Well, I believe that's the right question.
Yeah, and I also read it, so I understand. This is a very good question, and actually, it could be a whole presentation about this. We create value, and we want this value to benefit the customer, but we don't operate the shops ourselves, and we have a mutual beneficial relationship with our franchisees who actually operate the shop. And whatever we do, it cannot reach the customer without the help of the franchisee. Now, Simon said that you cannot create customer experience and you cannot make people love you before your employees love you. And this is very, very important. By employees, it doesn't mean only the people who work for you, but it means your whole system, the people who are with you, working for the same cause. And this includes the franchisees, this includes the baristi, because the baristi work for the franchisee and the franchisee has an agreement with us. So me and the baristi are actually very far away, but we should be very close. Personally, I know the names of more or less 3,000 baristas that we have in the shops because I want to be very close and learn from them. And I want them to create the experience that I designed because they live this experience. So from my point of view, the franchisee and the baristi working for the franchisee, so the whole system must be able to create the same value. And the designer and the one who is starting this value flow is the company, is Coffee Island, or your company. It is a big process, a very nice process, and it is a subject of a whole presentation. And to answer the last one, yes, we do specific things that benefit the franchisee. Yes, and we do specific things that benefit the barista. Yes, we do.
Thank you so much, Panos, for answering that. I know I wish we had more time, I really do. But thank you so much for your time today and for that wonderful presentation. And audience, thank you for your amazing questions. That wraps up our third session. We'll be back with the fourth session in a few minutes. Say hi in the chat in the meantime. Thank you very much, everybody. Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, and welcome everyone to the fourth session of the Coffee Retail Summit. My name is Pernilla Gard, and I'm the Marketing Director of the Specialty Coffee Association. So it seems fitting that I'm hosting today's panel on big brands and small companies. I'm joined by three individuals from coffee companies whose brands we love, brands that reach beyond their immediate communities. First, we have Gabriella Mathini, Marketing Manager of Lycke Kaffegårdar in Sweden. She has previously worked for Johan Nyström Coffee Roasters as well as Omnipollo Beer Brewery. Next, Claudia Sanswidi, who leads quality control for Cafés El Magnifico in Barcelona, Spain, roasting samples, tasting, selecting seasonal coffees to add to the coffee menu. Although she has watched and learned from her father and the team at Café El Magnifico since she was a little girl. And finally, we're joined by David Nigel Flynn, founder and CEO of Belleville in Paris, France. David has also played an integral role in the rise of French specialty coffee for nearly a decade. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm gonna let Claudia introduce herself a bit more. So welcome on, Claudia.
Hi, my name is Claudia Sanz, and I work in Cafés El Magnifico. I'm running the quality control here in Cafés El Magnifico. I'm the person in charge of coffee sourcing, And we have a little roastery here in Barcelona. My father starts buying specialty coffee in the 80s, and I'm the fourth generation.
Hi guys, I'm Gabriella Mattini. I work at Lycke Kaffegårdar. Kaffegårdar in Swedish means coffee farms, and that's what we're all about. We have our own farms where we set up role model farms, and then we try to influence the coffee industry for the better. My job is to take this big complex project and try to portray it as well as I can to our customers and anyone who wants to know.
Hi everyone, my name is David Flynn. I'm one of the founders of Belleville in Paris. So Belleville Brewery is all about bringing a distinctly French notion of artisanship and flavor to coffee. So that's what we do. These days I spend most of my time working on the coffee buying side and also on our marketing.
That's great. Thank you so much. See if we can get Claudia and Gabrielle on camera as well. There we go. Hi, everyone. Thanks again for joining us here for this panel discussion. Very excited about it. It's definitely a topic that's very close to my heart and something that I worked with for quite a bit before I started with the SCA. Very excited to have you all three here. I thought that we would start with a question that has to do with the topic of this of the webinar, the name of the webinar, the panel discussion. And it has to do with like the small businesses and, you know, do small businesses need brand strategies or is it more organic? And I'd love to hear some thoughts on that and how you and your companies sort of approach that. Maybe start with David.
Sure. I mean, I don't know, strategy is a big word. I guess the way we've always looked at it is you need a sort of core identity for your brand and your company. And then as long as you have that sort of core identity and philosophy, you can allow the way it grows to be really organic. So for us, we always knew we wanted to be very, very French, but with a sense of humor and really play on that artisanship. And then over the course of time, things have come up that have become integral parts of our brand, but it's been really organic. Our uniforms were once a joke gift for our first employee, but everyone liked them so much that they kind of became a de facto uniform, and now it's an integral part of our brand. So yeah, I think as long as you have a really clear idea in your head of what your company is going to be, visually and experientially, everything else can take some time.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And like your uniforms are obviously something that people think of when they think of your company, I think, at least if they maybe follow your social media accounts or, you know you from that perspective. That's really funny to hear that was a gift at one point.
Yeah, it was I hesitate to tell the story anymore because it kind of cheapens it maybe a little bit, but it was a gift for our first employee because his parents were very worried because he had quit a good job to go work in what they saw as a factory. And they were very concerned, so we gave him a worker's jacket to go home with so he could really scare his parents. But everyone liked them so much that now we all wear them.
Yeah, that's funny. Gabriella, what are your and Lycke's thoughts on this? Because I know that you're a pretty new company as well, so it's interesting to hear from that perspective.
So we've existed a little bit over a year. We started last year, just about at the same time as the pandemic. When I was thinking about the question, I feel like what's most important, and I don't know if it's like brand guidelines or brand strategy that will get you there, but I think that you should be very true to your core or yourself, because there's just so much noise and there's so many small companies, and also thanks to social media, whether you want to or not, everyone is sort of acting on a global scale. which for me means that if we do something that's uncompromising and very true to us and personal in a sense, that means that we will find our fans and we will find people that can relate to us and have a feeling or something that connects them to our brand. And I talked to one of the people that we do design together with, and we were actually discussing if it's time for us now to set up like more of a traditional brand guideline. And she said, I mean, we can do that, and maybe you're ready for that now, or we discussed it, but we were both kind of like what David's on the topic of like, it has to grow organically. And you can make 5 versions of your logo, but once you start using it, you know, this is the one that actually fits best with our, you know, other stuff, or this format is better suited for how we work. So definitely as you grow, and definitely as you add more people to the company, you need that to get to be coherent, that everyone understands, okay, this is what we're doing, and being on the same page. But for us, so far, it's mostly in our heads and in our DNA that we share together, I'd say.
Yeah, interesting. And Claudia, you come from a company with a lot of history, so that's like almost the opposite. And what are your thoughts on, you know, having a brand strategy or like a clear vision, you know, in the distance?
Okay, I was thinking about that also, because we have a long trajectory, right? So you cannot change your image one day to another, you know, because you have your customers too, and people also get very used to things, and they just think that when you change just image, the thing inside change, and it's like, no, we are the same, that we are always looking for quality, and that the customer knows about coffee, right? The important thing is coffee, the farmer, and that's the information you need to give it. But at the same time, we live in a world that the image is very important, right? And I'm super lucky because my father is a very transforming person. He's always having new ideas, and it's not stuck in time, you know? So we move with the image, always with responsibility and knowing who we are, but with with the new decade, we can say like that, right? Because we cannot stand in 1989, because then you don't go forward, right? So you need to focus when you are not a new brand, because I'm building a new thing and I can start zero. Just knowing who you are now, but who you be in the past, you know, and just go to this line very respectfully. I don't know if I just
Totally.
And it's different, and it's another kind of game, we can say, because branding and packaging is like, it's look who you are too, you know. It's like dressing in one time. Just in nowadays, for my grandfather, it was not as important, and is now for young people, for example, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely that balance of like, you know, what's our history, and what are we, where have we been, where do we want to go, do we want a transformation there, and how do you balance that, and how quickly do you go towards that new place if that's somewhere that you want to be, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's really interesting. Yeah. I wonder when you think about your brand and how you sort of, what you put out there, the content you put out, the packaging, the design, you know, how much of that is about engaging with your local community versus, you know, building a larger reputation beyond your local community and internationally, or, you know, maybe Gabriella, do you want to start?
Yeah, so for us, we've never talked so much about being local because our focus is the coffee farms, and they are definitely not local. So a large part of our approach is to be kind of free from restraints of that. Maybe rather than call it local, I would say familiar or like approachable, because I think when you talk about local, it's not so much the space or the place. It's more about like how you relate to people, and in that sense, we want to be local. But in terms of how we run our company, I mean, the more coffee we sell, the better, and the more of a difference we can make with our farms. So I hope that we grow even bigger, and that we're not so focused on the local. Also, in terms of how we do roasting, we roast here in Hökarängen, which I am in Stockholm, but we also roast in Hamburg. So having worked in beer, I can sort of see a parallel where it's not really necessarily about the roasting, it's about the product. And then the roasting is super important, but it doesn't matter if we roast here or in Hamburg or somewhere else. And in that sense, we're very global and want to be, and find that interesting. And then in how I approach our communication, I try to be very inviting because I don't want us to be like a snobby brand. And we want to have a local flavor in that sense, that everyone feels like they can totally just call us if they need anything. We have our cell phone numbers printed on our packaging. So that's also part of it. Don't know if I answered there, but that's my thought.
No, that's good. So you want to feel inclusive.
Yes, that's very important
both to the local audience and beyond.
Yeah, well, inclusive to anyone, and I think that to me is what being local, in a sense, is about. Being approachable and that anyone can feel like they can relate to your brand and they can reach out. Like when I do newsletters, I don't send like a corporate newsletter. It's addressed from me, and I send it to people. And by now, I'm like expecting to get response, which I do. So people reply to it, and it's like I have a few thousand pen pals, which is great.
That's really great.
Yeah.
Super to hear. David?
Yeah, that's interesting. One of the first decisions we made when we started thinking a little bit more seriously about branding was whether we were going to speak in French or in English, because we're based in Paris, but obviously Paris is pretty cosmopolitan, and you can get away with speaking in English as a French company. But we always had this idea in our head that we were going to be very French, so we made the decision to speak in French. And for the first few years, there was a lot of back and forth about that decision, because it's very difficult not to play by the social media metrics sometimes, especially when you have staff running that. And if we had just posted in English, we would have had a lot more engagement across the world. But especially in the beginning, to the French consumer, because that's where we wanted to make a change in the beginning. So I think as we've gotten a little older as a company, we're starting to speak a little bit more in English, and we're starting to open up who we speak to. But yeah, in the beginning, we definitely made a decision to be local.
Yeah. And have you, because you have a pretty big following, if we're gonna talk about that, on let's say Instagram, you're quite successful there, and I wonder then, did you see that coming before you turned into more English content, or did you see that coming even when you just applied French to the content?
That was really just French. I mean, we had the advantage of starting, we launched in 2013, so we launched at the right time from an Instagram point of view. I think it's a lot harder to grow your following on Instagram today than it was when we started. So some of that's luck. We also had some team members who were really focused on it and did an amazing job in the beginning. And yeah, we were able to do that just in French. And I mean, I think we also have the advantage that Paris and France travels well. People like coming here. And so we're kind of, everyone in Paris, even like a small bakery, can be a little bit global.
Yeah. Welcome back, Claudia. I'm sorry we lost you.
Sorry, guys. Just the light of the roastery just switched off, so I got no internet. I was roasting, and so they stopped. This kind of things happens.
Oh, I hope
Morphe things. Sorry about that, guys. I get super nervous. I'm like, oh, damn it.
You're back.
Sorry. Yes, I'm back.
No, totally fine. We were just
Sorry,
talking about, I'd love to get your input as well on how you think about this. Like, do you focus a lot on your your local community, or do you focus globally as well in terms of branding, and what audience are you trying to sort of attract the most?
It's a good question that I never thought about it. I think it's more locally, because you get focus in the people. So we have this also online right shop, but I think it's more locally because, and it's who we are. So I'm not just doing branding because I want to please what people are seeing, It's also my identity. So it's a kind of the two things going on. And sometimes you have also the globally thing, because as I said, branding is who you are too. So if you are watching to another one, imagine to Gabriel or David, my brand, I want to be proud of it too, just not in terms of who I am with quality of coffee. That's, for me, that's the important part, that we are losing a little bit with all this branding neo going on, because branding it's important, but that doesn't mean sometimes quality. And that's something our generation, it's not very, that is nice, I buy it. Yes, but maybe it's nice outside, but inside it's not good quality, And there are a lot of companies, they just play with that. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question a lot, but I think it goes both of it. But I can say more my community a little bit than globally.
Yeah. We're just showing some of the slides again here of your different sort of applications of your brands.
Mm-hmm.
This is obviously yours, Claudia.
Yes.
Definitely, I 100% agree with that. A distinctive branding can sort of take the spotlight away from the product itself.
Mm-hmm.
Or, does it have to? Like, can you create branding that really sort of puts that, that's the real sort of what you're trying to achieve, right? It's like creating branding that really just showcases your product, so in the way that you want it to, and so that people get the product. But it's tricky, and that's branding and marketing.
Yeah.
I think the thing you said about quality is really interesting, though, because quality is something that's always been at the center of how we think about our branding and our brand, both in terms of coffee, but I mean, quality is such a slippery term that it's, it can be difficult sometimes, but it's led us to a lot of decisions that I think have helped what you would say our brand, but that I'm not sure were necessarily the sort of decision you would make if you were looking at something purely from a business perspective. We've done things, a focus on quality and keeping that in mind with our brand has led us to do lots of things the hard way, from like refusing to do anything on vinyl and only do sign painted signs or hand lettered signs, to, I can think about there's been so many times when I do think sometimes, and I see it, I actually really see it in your branding, Claudia, that your focus on quality comes through in what you're doing. And you can see it in the images and the applications. And so I think that sense does come through a little bit in your brand. So
thank you.
I'm thinking
trying the best.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about also like where we are all roasting and producing specialty coffee. We need ways to reach out to the people that haven't yet discovered good coffee. I mean, we are all in a very premium, high quality segment of coffee. And it's sort of us against the giants that have really crappy coffee. And then for me, branding is a way to maybe reach the people that wouldn't necessarily find us anyway. And maybe they're attracted by the bag, or they're attracted by the branding, but then they also, that's like a door in to a better coffee experience and getting them to understand. What you're showing now, our happiness blend, is a good example of that. That's like our brew blend, but it's still very, very good coffee, but it's very kind of eye-catching, and a lot of people, they just want it for the packaging, but then that also means that they go, hey, this is really good, and they start reading up on it, and then they become very engaged in a better coffee experience. And I think that's what branding can do for us. In a sense, it's like reaching out to more people than just the coffee nerds, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder, how much do you think about trends?
Yeah.
That's like, I'm not going to say it's easy, because I don't think anything is easy when it comes to branding and creating, let's say, packaging design. That's definitely not easy. But how much do you think about branding when you do that? Trends when you do that, because that has a way of like having that packaging reach an audience maybe that was sort of lifted and increase the revenue essentially, because it becomes a thing that people talk about. Potentially, or how much are you sort of grounded in, like, well, these are our colors, this is what we're going to do, and like, this is us, and we're just going to stick with this and just let that run its course type thing, and thinking that is the right approach for you and that will sort of do the trick. David?
That's a big question. Well, I mean, I think, I don't know how Claudia and Gabriela feel about this, but I feel like there's a constant line to walk between there's the famous course of the 20th century, and Coca-Cola never changed its logo, and one of them's a lot more recognizable than the other. And so there's definitely something to be said for consistency and riding out trends. And so I would say for the most part, we try to focus on consistency and building something that's going to be recognizable in the long term. I mean, I think it's easy, especially in the age of Instagram, to like forget how small the amount of people we're reaching actually is in terms of like the larger population. I mean, what Gabriela said really resonates with me in terms of trying to use branding and packaging and different experiences to reach more people. And so I think consistency can really be something that helps you do that. Because if you're changing things all the time, I think people have a harder time remembering you and getting a grasp on who you are. But that doesn't mean never change either. It's a really hard balance to strike.
Yeah.
But at least for me, I know usually I have to keep myself in check to keep things the same, because I'm always wanting to try something new or create something new, and so have to force myself to stay the same sometimes.
Yeah. You see some of your branding here. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I wondered then, like on that same topic, Gabriela, as a new company and with the sort of the approach that you have to your packaging, you have a lot of colors in there. It's pretty playful. Is that something that how much do you think is based off of trends, and how much is like gonna be roughly the same in 5 or 10 years time? Or are you just like going for the sort of like, we're just going to swap things out and just be playful like that?
Well, time will tell, but we are a very kind of restless bunch, all of us, and we work very collaboratively. And what's nice about our packaging is that, at first glance, it looks very sort of like chaotic, and there's lots of colors, and it's all different, but it does all follow the same graphics format. So like I have a bag here. So like the logo will always be the same, and like the text will always be the same. We'll always have a QR code that will talk about like what specifically is in this one, which lot of coffee and what you can expect. So even though like these two are in a certain sense, they're super different. But to us, they're not so different. And we think that's such a big part of what's fun with whenever we come up with a new coffee or a new product, we don't have to make it the same. We don't have to follow the format. We can, find a new artist or do a photo, or we could do whatever we feel like in that sense, because it's all on the same grid, if you will. And then I don't know if it's trend, but it probably is, because now, like Claudia said before, what we want is for it to kind of feel good in our stomach and that we can be proud of it. But it's also something that resonates with us. So it's always like, do you like this one or this one, that color or that color? We all talk about it and have a dialogue. But we're all kind of, I'd say, like trend conscious people. So whether we want to or not, it's still going to be kind of on trend in a certain sense. And I look forward to, like, in many, many years, looking back, and maybe we're going to go, that was ugly, but I really don't hope so. I hope we feel like that was cool and it was very much in the time that it was then. And then that we will be doing something else. And then we're always really, like, at the end, we really agree. And that's what's important. We don't do anything where we don't feel like we love this,
Yeah. That's interesting. And Claudia, what about you and the history that you have with the company? And let's say your packaging, has that changed a lot, or are you sticking with the same?
A lot. Changed a lot. I'm 27 and I just work here since I'm 14, just helping the summers and Christmas and all that kind of stuff. And we changed a lot. And also it's nice because you get people you trust, like our designer, that he told me about when he came here the first time, and he was first helping with the tea company we have, Sansi Sands, because I have a roastery and also a tea company, just like David. And he came here and my father said, like, oh, you can do something for the coffee too, wherever. And he just looked to my father and said, I'm going to be super honest with you, but you need to rebuild. Just not one thing. You need to rebuild all, And he was scared just saying that to a person who has a company for that long time ago. But as you said, you listen and you just think about it. And you don't forget who you are, but you listen. That's something I learned here. Because you listen, because when you are inside a place, you look things, okay, I always run this that way, but when something from outside came, you listen carefully and just maybe you can see the things in a very different perspective, Or you can say, like, okay, I don't like your perspective, goodbye. That's something that happens too, right? But sometimes it's the other way around. You learn a lot. And of course it changed because, for example, now our color is orange, but it was white a long time ago, and it was a sea, very old. And then we changed the labels, and we just, like, it was Cafés El Magnífico. Now you see MAC, you see like Cafés and MAC, because we have this new like cartoon called MAC, right? It is running with the clock.
Yeah.
So yes, it changed a lot, but not for trend. And I'm super and I just think David just get to the point that consistency and tendency, that there is a very fine line. You can go with trend, but not because, okay, now I do this because it's trend, and you forget your brand and who you are, and you just rebuild, but with not a good not a good base. You need to rebuild, but with a good base, knowing who you are and what do you do. I don't know if I'm just repeating a lot this, but
no, I agree. Yeah, I think also you can see trends coming, and I think maybe not so much letting them affect your identity or who you are as a company or a brand, but seeing them as business opportunities, maybe of adapting your brand or applying your brand in different ways. That can also be a way to look at it. I wanted to move on to a question about success and what that looks like for you. Like, what is success? When it comes to branding, and a successful brand, what is that? Are you looking for adoption by customers, or are you trying to develop a community of customers, or are you just trying to create awareness? Are you trying to just create something beautiful and something nice, or or is your brand very related to revenue and the success of the business from a financial perspective? Let's start with Gabriella.
I mean, hopefully you would have all of those things that you mentioned. We definitely try to, well, like we already talked about, but it's doing stuff that you're proud of yourself is, for us, I think, gonna always be the greatest measure of success. And then that doing things that resonate, where we feel like people want to engage. For me personally, like among other things, I run our social media, and it makes me very happy to see people interact with our products in terms of the packaging. They're selling their apartment and they choose our coffee bags to place in the advert, and you just feel like, okay, you chose your nicest things for this, and you had a lot at stake, and you chose us. That makes me feel very proud. So that's a measure of success. And the people choose to showcase, okay, this is the fika I'm having today. It's just bigger. It's elevating coffee to something bigger than just the experience of drinking it. It's a whole set of things where you interact more thanks to the branding, and I really enjoy that.
So you're saying, like, when you see your branding, like your packaging, your products, because of the branding, maybe then placed in various places, and you see that as a measure of, like, measuring success.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's maybe, to me personally, because that's so much a part of my job and what I do here. But that's definitely a part of it. And then also, I would say, I mean, we aren't commercial in the sense that we're like, okay, if it's between two bags, we won't choose the one that sells the best. But we're very secure in that if we choose a bag that we love and that is good, and then it's probably gonna sell, or we hope that it will sell. At least it will sell to the people that are like-minded, that like the same things as us. My father, I made an Instagram post. He absolutely hates our packaging, and I think that's great because it talks very much about how, like, I'd rather have some people hate it and some people absolutely love it, because the in between already exists.
Yeah. Thank you, David.
Yeah, so I guess when I think about success in branding's kind of the long-term play, because I think branding definitely speaks to customers and building a community of customers and creating awareness for the product. But I mean, it also speaks internally to our team. It speaks to the kind of people who want to work with us, either as team members or as partners. And so, I feel like success in branding as opposed to other sort of marketing endeavors. I'm kind of fascinated by Cafe Magnifico as a result of that, because having it been around for that long, and we're a much younger company, and so I feel like you don't know if your branding really succeeds until 5 years later, I guess. And you can kind of see awareness, I guess, would be the main target, but that's pretty hard to measure.
So you're saying, like, if it sticks, if
it's
something
is it memorable, and is it memorable? Does someone remember you? Do they remember a bag of coffee they had, or a place or a retail location that they visited? Yeah.
It's interesting. Claudia, do you have anything you want to add to, like, you know, what success of your brand is like for you?
Thanks for your words, David. You said something that for me is very important. You said awareness, right? For me, it's a very a word that it means a lot to me. And of course, we are talking about successful, about branding. But for me, the successful is that you recognize my packaging, but you know that it means just hardworking. That means good quality. That means that and that means that you know where your coffee came from, and you have all the information about it, and you know who is roasting your coffee, where it came from, you know, because when you see Nestlé, right, in a supermarket, it's Nestlé, but it's not Brazil. I don't know, Olhos de Agua from Minas Gerais, producing by Camilo, whatever, right? So that's the important thing to me. Successful is that you go, you see my packaging, and you know that the team that it's behind and all the information that they give it to you. Because for me, roasters are those who are connected between the farmers, as the importers are the connectors between the farmers and the roasters. The roasters, we have this role and this work in specialty coffee, you know, to get all the information to the customer from the farmers. That's, for me, that's the important role. And for me, that is successful in my brand.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a few questions from the attendees that I'd love to get into. So let's see if let's try to keep, we have about 50 minutes left, so let's try to keep the answers quite short so we can get through a few of them, if possible. You know, these are like complex questions sometimes. So one question is, how can small, for now, roasters that are at the beginning of their coffee journey stay on trend with bag design when outsourced printing companies have high minimums for packaging? I find this question very relevant and interesting. It's something that I used to work with a lot in my old job. So, like, I know the struggles of this one for sure. David, how do you handle that?
Well, we only launched a completely pre-printed bag, I guess, 6 years into our journey. So my advice would almost be, don't worry about it, and focus on doing other things. Because the reality, I mean, there are some pretty flexible companies out there now, and if you want to shoot me an email, I'll happily pass along our contacts. They can do pretty low minimums, but for a small roaster, it's still going to be a lot. And I would say, unless you've got, you know, I think what Lika is doing is really interesting, and especially if you have a focus on blending, you can be a little bit more flexible with your minimums. But for the most part, maybe give it a second. I think especially when you're small, people are going to not necessarily expect you to have everything done like a big company. And I think if you can pass through those phases of exploration in the first few years, that can be great. If you're struggling with the minimums and with the cash flow to do it, I would say just hold on a little bit longer. You'll be there in a year or two.
Yeah, that's a good advice. Gabriella, let's check in with you as well, just based on the fact that you are a pretty new company. And
yeah, I was going to say, we've done both in how we chose to handle our bags. So the bags that we really thought were going to be, or the coffees that we thought, these are going to be our big sellers. Those are the ones in the printed bags. But then for the other format, like our very limited singles, where we only do very small amounts, we came up with a solution where, I have a bag here, hold on, where we did spray paint on a bag. So, like, because we didn't want to go from this to the standard, sort of, because we felt that they were too far away from each other. So we came up with the idea of spray painting them by hand. which is less work than you would think, actually, because you just put them in a row, and then we spray a word, a sentence that has something to do with the coffee. And then instead of using like a sticker, I never really like the feel of stickers. There's like, even if they have like a paper coating, they're always a little bit plasticky, or even if they're paper, it's like stuck to the bag. So we did a real paper where the color is in the paper before we print, and it's black and white print, and it's just folded on top. So what I want to show with that is basically like, be creative. If you think it's a problem with the menus, look at what there is. Do you even need a bag? Could you put it in something else? Is there a format that's like, that speaks to you but isn't limiting you? Then that's what you should probably go for. So like, there's an advantage to being small. You can do stuff by hand that a big roastery can never do.
Yeah.
It's for that, you know?
Yeah. Creativity and sort of taking advantage of the smallness of something.
Like we can hand pack bags. A lot of bigger roasters won't do that. And in hand packing, there's many more fun formats that you can use.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Claudia, I'm going to move on to you with the next question.
Okay.
It's a question about rebranding. So when rebranding a small company, how do you get the few employees within the company on board with the rebranding, especially as a newcomer?
Okay, I think I understand. Okay.
Like if you change your brand, you do a rebrand, and how do you make sure that your employees and your team sort of take that new branding on board and, you know, run with that?
I think just like you explain your team, because for me, that's not only a business. We are a family, you know. It's a familiar business, and it's familiar. Of course, you don't ask everyone opinion, because everyone is different and has an opinion, you know.
Yeah.
And you need to learn with time that you are the head in charge, so you have the last decision. And if you ask everyone's opinion, you know, you get a lot of information and you never get to the point, right? I think you need to always have this kind of make team feeling, you know, like we are all in the same boat. Because for me, it's this Cafés del Magnífico is this: we are all in the same boat, and we want the best for Cafés del Magnífico. Okay, so you create this kind of team energy, you know, and you explain everything. When you take a decision and you said, okay, we are going to change the bags, for example, a very, very small example, just to explain everything. Okay, guys, we're going to change the bags. The new color is orange, and we're going to put MAC. You will see everything is with PLA, so they can put it in the organic bin, wherever you can. You need to say to the customer. When the customer came and explained and said, "Oh, you changed it. I like it most the other one," because it's always like that. Always. Okay. Always there is a complaint. Some of the times they said, and you need to always put your positive. No, but now it's better because you have always the value, of course, but. And you have the new zipper, and you can put it on the wardrobe in your kitchen, and you can serve more the coffee. And now the material is different, so you can put it in the organic bin. You know, all this kind of because we are learning to each other all the time. For me, that is relationships in my life. So that's the same I wanted to do in my coffee shop. Okay, I don't know.
So maybe
I explain myself.
So maybe communicating essentially to both to team members and to customers, maybe also, you know, why you made these changes, because usually, you know, it makes sense then.
Always it's for better, and of course you just learn about everything, and you can make a mistake. Of course, you always do mistakes, of course, but create this energy, you know, be part of it. You are not taking the decision, but you are part of it, you know.
Yeah.
For me that's super important.
Yeah, thank you. Let's jump to another question. Is the future of retail coffee going to thrive through apps or e-shops rather than actual retail shops, like physical
We hope
stores?
not. No, please.
Yeah. David, do you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, sorry, cut out real quick. I think e-shops are definitely going to be a part of pretty much every roaster going forward. But I don't think they're going to replace actual shops. I mean, that said, I think in specialty coffee, we can sometimes get a little bit blinded and think that all of our coffee shops need to look exactly the same. And I mean, to be honest, I started working in coffee in Washington, D.C. in 2005. And to this day, most of the coffee shops I go into look like some version of the coffee shop I worked at back in 2005, whether it's in Paris or in Tokyo or in the US or Scandinavia. And so I think maybe that model time is kind of running out presenting specialty coffee. I don't think like the typical sort of essentially Starbucks drive model is good enough. So one of the things we do, and it really dovetails well with our e-shop, is we have our main retail space is actually a boutique. So you can come in and have a coffee, but there are no chairs. It's really not set up for that. What it is more of a coffee store where you can come and learn about the product and smell it, and all of the experiences are built much more around the idea of a store than a cafe. And that's really drawing on traditions here in France. You know, in Paris, there used to be all of these small little roasteries that dotted the city, and they all died out for the most part. But we brought that back, and it's been really successful, and people really enjoy it, and it's open to a much bigger range of people than maybe a coffee shop. So I would say, no, coffee shops and retail shops definitely aren't dead, but maybe think about what different ways you could present coffee in a retail format, depending on where you are.
Yeah, so like adapting or developing rather that experience that you get in the physical space, maybe, and maybe within that you can include digital solutions.
Absolutely.
But I think that also comes with a certain risk of reducing, like the most immediate thing you think about is like reducing how much contact you have with an actual person when shopping, or like I would like to think that there are ways to like use digital solutions to sort of increase experience.
There are.
And I mean, we see that in places for sure, but I think there's more to come on that.
I mean, there's a lot you can do today with off-the-shelf software and a committed staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Gabriella?
I mean, we have both. We have our web shop, which is great because we can send the coffee straight to the customers, and we can send our coffee to people that would not be able to visit our shop. We also have a shop, but it's also a restaurant and a cafe and a store space. Now it's summer, so we have like a beer garden, and we don't want to limit ourselves to just being that stereotypical coffee space, because we've done that already, and it's not where we want to spend all of our time. So we created the space from what we want, and that's a little bit of everything. But I also really appreciate it as a marketing tool. It's one of our most important channels, the physical space, where we can have like a fully immersive experience where you can taste the coffee, you can look at the things, you can talk to a person that will talk about the coffee and brew it to perfection. I think, especially since I used to work in beer, what's so interesting about coffee is the fact that you grow, send, roast the coffee, but then such a big part of it is left to the consumer. With a beer, you just make sure that the temperature is good. You crack a cold one, you drink it, But with coffee, it's very much a collab with the customer. And I think we need physical spaces for that to happen. We need to show like this is how we think that you should drink this coffee. This is our best way of brewing it, And whenever people say, when I say I work at Lykke, they all go, "Oh, is that the store? Is that the store by that square?" And I go, "No, it's actually a whole roastery and a whole thing, but but it's very powerful for relief."
Claudia, where do you think the retail sort of physical versus digital space?
I love retail. As my father said, we are sellers, Of course, he was a roaster. I'm the person in charge of quality control, but I love retail. And I was 3 months working with closed doors, just doing onlines with my family, doing the close off. And it was stressing, boring, and I love human contact. I think we are human beings, and we need to be in contact to each other. And for me, that's essential in life.
I mean, we've definitely experienced that during the pandemic, haven't we? So it's very clear that, we need to be connected.
And I have online because I think it's a very nice platform where people can get things around the world. Or if you are or you decide to go to the mountain and just live outside, but you love to buy good coffee wherever, that's a good way to do it. So I buy online, so I'm not gonna lie about it, But I think it's important, this kind of communication with the customer always, and just say that, okay, I like this kind, I want coffee for home, and I want something, I don't know, juicy, just more fruity, and with this kind more of chocolate flavor. And you can say, okay, I have this kind of coffees, you can sell it, you can buy it, wherever, And for me, this communication and dialogue between humans, it's super important, and I love retail. So I hope it's not gonna die, please, guys. But I know it's very hard, and I'm starting a new brand, and I'm gonna do it online, because also it's very hard for young people. I don't know in your country, guys, but just to get new places and pay rents, and just go to the banks and say, okay, I'm young and I want to do this, and just please give me some money for that. And it's very difficult, and rent in capitals also, it's going so high. So I'm lucky to have a shop, and I know I'm lucky about it.
Yeah, thank you, Claudia. We have one last question. We're about to hit time, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I want to make sure that we include them all. So the question is quite specific. I'd love to learn more about how your brand values were taken into account with your font choice. David, do you want to go quickly on that?
Yeah, I'd love to go quicker on that. So there's 2 phases to this. Initially, like I said, we wanted to be French. So we found a French type designer who had made some typefaces that sort of we felt worked well with our logo type. And then as we got a little older and we had the opportunity to do some things, we actually had our designer and a type designer come in and develop a typeface based on our logo type, which I can't say was the most sort of business effective use of funds in terms of branding. But it was so much fun to create a typeface and get to use it. And so how did our brand values work with that? I guess the whole way through, we had lots of conversations about how the curve should look and what different designs, historical designs we were going to draw on. So yeah. But initially we did a little bit simpler.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm gonna stop it there. I think we've passed the time a bit. So thank you so much, all of you. It was really, really great having you on this panel. Thank you for sharing experiences and thoughts. Look forward to seeing where your companies and brands head to next. So thank you, and thank you again for all attendees. It's been a really great end to our first day of the Coffee Retail Summit. I hope that you're all going to join us tomorrow for the second and final day, and we'll be back here at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time, same time as today. And in the meantime, don't forget to check out the resource library that's available here on retail.sa.coffee. There's articles, research, and talks curated with coffee retailers in mind. So thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.